Good evening and welcome to night 3 of the NERx March virtual convention. My name is Artie Krass and I will be your host tonight for another round of clinics, layout visits, tips and techniques, roundtable discussion, and the showcase part 3. This year, NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints, Interaction Hobbies, and Micromark. Micromark is offering a 20% discount during the NERx virtual convention. Just enter the promotion code WAYBILL23 when placing your order during the event. That's Waybill, WAYBILLS, the numbers 23. Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies are both holding drawings for two $50 gift vouchers. That's 4 vouchers in total. Look for the links in the Facebook or YouTube chats to enter the drawing. The drawing will be held at 8:45 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. That's tomorrow night. Watch and see if you win. We have another stellar lineup for you tonight, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. And as a reminder, if you have any questions during the evening's presentations, be sure to post them in the Facebook or YouTube chat windows. Well, let's get started. Our first clinic tonight will be given by Master Model Railroader Malcolm Houck. In addition to being a master model railroader, Malcolm is well known as a modeler and authoritative source of the NYONW. Tonight, Malcolm will be talking about the company service and rec train equipment and the maintenance of way rolling stock of the New York, Ontario, and Western Railway. So let's get started.
This is a presentation, a series of slides on the New York, Ontario, and Western Railway company service equipment, maintenance away, and some selected slides of models that I have built. Very interesting machine that they had was the American hoist and derrick ditcher. And you can see in the lower image is what they called numbered as steam derrick number 7, and in the upper image is one that was leased on occasion from American Hoist and Derrick. They're very interesting because they had only bogie wheels and they carried them around on a steel flat car, and when it was suitable to just pull the car back and forth and rotate the cab and the boom, they would use it in that manner, and otherwise they would just pull it up to the end of track, make a mound of dirt, lay down a track panel, and slide it off, as you see in the upper left-hand image. And here is an HO scale model of the American Hoist and Derrick steam ditcher, and it's there with the water tender car, which is a tender cistern from a retired steam locomotive. And since it had a coal-fired boiler, they left the coal bunker in place, so it was a source of both fuel and water. An interesting and final feature of the ditcher outfit was a hijacked hopper car. Here's a West car that had been taken, and they would use it for catching and disposing of any excavation spoil at a work site as needed. And here is a nice pristine view of the O&W SD7 on flat car FR1. And this is approximately as delivered. One can see the bogie wheels and the rails on the flat car. And in later years, they boarded the thing rather inelegantly to give some protection from and against bad weather conditions. Here's some other cars in the ditcher outfit. In the top image is an idler car with the clamshell bucket that would be fitted for excavation purposes. The lower image was a boom that could be erected to use it occasionally as a pile driver as needed. And car R12 carried a bulldozer and as part of the ditcher outfit, and that was often needed. Again, they would just pull it up to a suitable position, build up amount of dirt, drive the bulldozer off the end of the flat car, and use it for moving excavation spoil about the work site. That was needed because of the fairly limited flexibility, as I said in the screen here, of limited flexibility of maneuver of the ditcher. If it was left on the flat car, which was often done, the best that could be done would be to move the car back and forth and move the ditcher up and down the length of the flat car on its bogie wheels. And so occasionally, if they were doing some excavating or loading excavation spoil into the included hopper car in the ditcher outfit, they would have to marshal the work crews would have to marshal the excavation spoil with the bulldozer. The O&W had a number of interesting homemade maintenance away equipment. This is a two boom hand derrick. It was done for light duty. The bottom picture is staged on a layout scene. And the upper image was where it was generally parked for many, many years in back of the Kedosia, New York depot, and at a rip track, and primarily handling parts of freight trucks. The O&W also had HD2 number hand derrick, and in the upper image is in use at a wreck site in 1886 at Liberty, New York, where there was a substantial derailment of a passenger train pulled by a 4-4, the remnants of which you can see at the bottom of that image. And the lower panel is a HO scale model. Both of the hand derricks were made by me using flat cars and flat cars modified for use as the hand derrick vehicle. And I think both of them came as some parts of an old Red Ball car, a Red Ball kit. The track work outfit had any number of cars to carry needed replacements. Generally, it would use a hand derrick for simple track work, perhaps laying a siding, maybe replacing sticks of rail. In the upper image is the rail car that I built for my hand derrick and track work outfit. Bottom panel is a carload of frogs, fresh out of the furnaces and the assembly floor at Steelton Works of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where the O&W bought much of its track work components. Steelton is now no longer a part of Bethlehem Steel. It's owned by the conglomerate steel company that acquired it, but they still specialize in fabricating track parts. There's a number of things that had to go along with a track work outfit. Upper image is a car that was assigned for work service and carrying ties. Lower image is a scratch-built tool house, and most of the track work was generally done by section gangs assigned to a certain portion of the railroad track, main line or sidings, yards, and so forth. but all operated out of a tool house. Often there was a stove in there for a little heat during the wintertime. It's where the tools and so forth were kept. The O&W had a number of these standard tool houses, and they were generally built in place at one of their wood shops, hoisted onto a flat car, and then assembled at a suitable work site. The inset image happens to be the tool house and motor cars shed at Southern Division, Section 7, Bloomingburg, New York, on an image that I captured in the spring of 1974, more or less 17 years after the railroad was abandoned in its entirety. Steam Derrick 5 was a light-duty derrick from industrial brown hoist and was primarily used for handling scrap at the O&W shops in Middletown, and especially so since it was equipped with a dynamo, often fitted with an electromagnet. The lower image is after the abandonment and the sale of assets in August of 1957, and one of these steam derricks in a water car is positioned to start picking up the rail sticks. And here's another image of SD5 with its water tender car WT3, again with a retired steam locomotive cistern and coal bunker for fuel. The bottom image is one that I had made from a scratch-built cabin and an Ertl flat car. And here's some images of different water cars because of the steam power of all of their lifting and equipment and so forth. They maintained a number of water cars, and WT4 is nothing more than a tender from a Class W 280, which was downgraded when it got a larger tender. The O&W had 3 industrial brown hoist steam derricks, and each was assigned to a specific yard. SD1 was at Norwich, New York, SD2 at Mayfield, and SD3 at Middletown, New York. SD3 here is paired with an ex-Erie Vanderbilt tender from an Erie 280 that suffered a boiler explosion. The O&W bought the remnants and the tender. The remnants were turned over to the Rome Locomotive Works and rebuilt into a Dixon designed 280 center cab, but the the tender car from the industrial brown hoist for the industrial brown hoist steam derrick was very much appreciated because it had a larger water capacity, so that implied fewer occasions to need a refill of water. And here it would do light and heavy duty work. Here is Steam Derrick 3 from Middletown down at Livingston Manor, New York, to clean up a derailment at the Federal Creosote Switch. SD2 is here at Mayfield with a wrecking outfit car W13, and there's a little more detail in the model picture. Here is SD3, my model of SD3 with its tender car. And as you can see in this slide, that was used for carrying chain, and the spreaders for fashioning various types of lift, light and heavy. And this is water tender 3, customary part of the outfit with SD3, water and coal both. The O&W had extensive wood car shops, built a fair number of wood cars. primarily head-end cars, postal cars, and a baggage car. Here is one of them that has been reassigned as to the records outfit R13. If anybody's ever been fortunate enough to visit a wreck site and see that before the shift was to rubber tired wreck equipment over the road, and the railroads maintain their own wreck equipment. Baggage cars were very handy because they could be used to carry a variety of tools, lifting shackles. One car that I had the fortunate opportunity to view had racks on one side of the car with all lengths and of lifting cables with shackles at the ends, at each end. This car is a representation of a very elderly coach that was inherited from the New York and Oswego Midland, and it was generally assigned to the records outfit as a crew rest car. You never knew what circumstances and what weather conditions were going to be found at a wreck site. So, as I said, it was a place for workmen to get a hot meal, respite from wet, cold, or snowy weather. Here is SD3, about ready to depart from Middletown, but the posed by the huge Fairbanks Morse coal dock. And just as a matter of reference, the departure will be to the left of the image because they were always towed with the boom trailing the direction of travel. A large Class X 210-2 derailed at Boone's Pond between Orson and Lakewood, Pennsylvania in February of 1920. And it was in the midst of a snowstorm. The engineer, Pat Dixon, ran into packed ice, and the packed ice was just simply too much even for this huge, slow-moving and ponderous locomotive. So it had to lay on its side for a good portion of the winter. Until they could get all three steam derricks out there and tried to parbuckle it over and roll it upright onto a shoe fly track. Because the steam derricks were only rated for 60 tons, the wreckmaster certainly was quite nervous until it rolled up and over, and they were able to get it onto the track and then tow it up an earthen ramp to the mainline track. Here's two different images of baggage cars, again, designed to carry shackles, spreaders, chains for the wreckers outfits, spikes, tie plates, joint bars, all the equipment and material needed for track repair at a wreck site, perhaps after the equipment, the derailed equipment, the wrecked equipment had been moved. And still some more. The interesting upper image is car number 511, very much weathered and parked right next to the O&W Freight House off Wisner Avenue in Middletown, New York. And only a short distance away was the Adams Express Railway Express Agency building. And what they used to do, apparently, and I'm told by someone who actually did it in the era, was they would store the excess express package in it, and then they would load any that had been delivered to the other side of the building, carried through, and they would shuffle it across Wisner Avenue and push it back down to the Adams Express building in a sort of a shuttle service by rail, a matter of about 300 yards. The retired wood coaches also wound up assigned to the wreck outfits. This was a surplus coach that was bought from the Detroit and Mackinac. It was the longest coach the O&W ever had. and it was well close to 80 feet. It was 78 and a half feet, and it was only used for a few years. Um, very early, and quite undeveloped, but early on assigned to work outfits. And here's a Harlan and Hollingsworth coach that I have modeled as assigned to crew shelter as a camp car, sleeping out on the road. There were a lot of capital improvements that were undertaken in the first 20 years of the 20th century. The O&W, like many other railroads of the era, was very rapidly, hastily built, and it had to be virtually rebuilt in its entirety over a number of years, and in two different capital improvements projects. The interesting feature, and I put an asterisk here, it was actually classified as a 63-foot coach, and the O&W classified all of their coaches and passenger equipment by internal length. So even though it's well over 70 feet in overall length, the internal dimension was only 60 feet. This was an early version, and many of them were delivered with the frost gas lighting system, and those are the standoffs and the vents, which are the tops of the lights, and they operated with low pressure 70 octane casing head gasoline, which was packed into a what was called a generator. It was just a tank packed with cotton waste, brand new cotton, but classified by the textile mills as waste because it was too short to be spun into yarn to be woven into fabric. So that would be, the gasoline would be soaked in there, and then bled off to the lamps, which were technically called carburetors. The signal department made use of any number of other passenger cars as they were retired. The lower image is a former Ontario and Western built milk car that was parked many years by the Adams Express building. This is the building that I referred to earlier. That was Adams Express, and then Railway Express, only a few hundred yards from the freight house. But there was a car that was parked there for literally for decades, and it was simply used by the signal department. And the signal department, one of the chores was to continually check for joint bonds, and so there would be bonding wire and pegs stored in there. The upper image was a coach that was converted to a combine to use in mixed train to protect the passenger service. I spoke to one gentleman who was very elderly at the time, but he had worked for the signal department, and they asked the management if they could go up to Norwich and take a look at this car because they thought they could use it to carry their speeder around. And unfortunately, the door was too narrow and the sill was too high. So even though they had permission to go up and survey it, they never used it. They never took possession of the car. The O&W had a number of home-built implements, and two of the more bizarre that I found were the weed burner car up here in the upper left, nothing more than a container for some kerosene fuel. And you can see the spigots down there, and they would dribble the spigots down, light little flames, and push it along very slowly. And it would burn the weeds off of some of the lesser used track. The O&W did very often had very minimal and poor ballasting, consisting largely of waste coal and ashes, and it very very often became weed grown on lesser branch lines and so forth. The other and most peculiar car I'd ever seen was somebody took a 1917 Indian Power Plus motorcycle, mounted it to a track trailer, and used it rather than relying on the make and break engines in the conventional Fairmont track cars. As far as I know, that's the only one I've ever seen. It's got some, as you can see, it's got some handles at either end, so it could be lifted on or off the track. And being at one point an Indian motorcycle enthusiast myself, I couldn't resist carving a little model and making one. In the lower image, you can see it's posed in my diorama of Summitville, New York, at a standard motor car house. The O&W had, again, two large steam shovels. They were leased. One of them, I have a picture. I have seen the picture. I do not have the image, but one of them was actually lettered for New York, Ontario, and Western. But again, they were used during the extensive rebuilding program between 1910 and 1918. And much of the line was rebuilt. Some of it, a large part of it, was double tracked all the way from Cornwall, New York to Scranton, Pennsylvania. You can see that they they had to fill a lot of timber trestles, and even in one instance that I know of, they actually filled in a wrought iron deck bridge. Without even dismantling it, it started to sag. And down by the Delaware River, they simply used flat cars, and they would pile the dirt on the flat cars. You can see in the far right of the upper image, and then just drag with a winch on another car. They would just drag a sort of a little plow equipment off, and just cascade the earth over the side, and that represented the fill. Here's here's another image of the actually the two AH&D derricks, the lease job and the company owned job. They're working on in part of the capital improvements projects. They're working on opposite sides of a large earthen berm near Meadowbrook, New York, on the line between Cornwall and Middletown. Believe it or not, the Jeffries sand excavator was a commercial product. It was not home built. I don't know how many the Jeffries company, could have manufactured or sold, but the O&W had an extensive borrow pit down on the line towards Port Jervis, and they were constantly excavating sand and gravel from the borrow pit. It was at Huguenots, New York, which, by the way, was the home of early movie maker D.W. Griffith, and I believe one of the early D.W. Griffith movies representing Red Badge of Courage was actually filmed at or near Huguenots, New York. O&W had a couple of several dump cars, and they were the air-operated dump cars. I have looked for ages over any company records that were preserved in the Historical Society archives to figure out who built these, and I've never come up with an answer. But they did use them to haul away ashes at some of the ash tracks. The O&W never had any mechanical means of handling ashes. It was all by hand. There were ash tracks at certain locations on the line, and they would be brought in and shoveled by hand to haul away the ashes. I said here, and I think it's true of 19th and early 20th century railroad managers, that the epitome of Yankee thrift: use it up, make do or do without. So there was a lot of wooden equipment that was transferred to the maintenance department. Here's a couple of flat cars and that have had sides added to them. I have no idea what they were used for, other than the fact that they were the W is part of a wrecker's outfit, and the R is part of maintenance away outfit. They had a huge O&W had a huge fleet of Sealy wood composite hoppers. Some of them built by AC&F, a large number built by the O&W itself in the very extensive uh, wood car shops off Wisner Avenue in Middletown, New York, and they were as they became obsolete, became worn out, replaced by steel hopper cars. They were downgraded to handling cinders and ashes, waste coal, and as I said, known as culm, CULMs, broken sizes, too small for commercial sale. In the anthracite belt, I always joke with others who know that culm is pronounced by the locals as a two-syllable word, culum. But culm service is what they were used for. Snow fighting equipment. The O&W had a variety of Russell plows, some home built plows, and they were very much in favor of seasonally mounted pilot plows. And there's some mystery about it, because early rule books talk about the plows being fitted to the 210-2 bull moose in the in various editions of the rule book, of the maintenance away rule book, and employee timetables. But I have never ever seen a photograph of a 210-2 bull moose with a pilot plow. The instruction that I've seen a company service, and in the book I wrote, there was an order circulated, a memorandum circulated, that as the Y2 mountain types came in for servicing, they should be equipped with the pilot plows removed from the Class X 210-2 bull moose. But again, never seen a picture of one on a bull moose. They even had pilot plows that were installed on the Class W 280s, as in the model upper left. Up at Randallsville, New York, number 33, which was a Baldwin 260, ran asunder, and you can see in that image the plow has somehow broken away and broken off that engine, but that was the only engine ever equipped with it. And then another peculiarity was the O&W had a Sykes Seagull rail bus, and they actually fitted a plow to that for use on the branch up to between Walton and Delhi, New York. The O&W had two ocean-going tugs, and as I said, named in positive fits of originality as the Ontario and the Western. Both were built by the John H. Dialogue Company, building yards at Camden, New Jersey, and at Newburgh, New York. They were very well regarded as ocean-going tugs. They would regularly traverse haul coal barges, and very often would haul retired company-owned schooners, which were just used simply as barges. They would haul coal all the way out to Martha's Vineyard. Very commonly, they would spend the winter tied up at a winter dock with railroad tugs at Winter Harbor on Martha's Vineyard. The upper image is on Tug Ontario cruising across Boston Harbor, 1911. One of the big Dickinson Eddy coal piers along the East Coast was at New York, New Haven, and Hartford Coal Pier 4, which was later Anthony's Pier 4 restaurant in Boston. The tall fore and aft masts were used to rig essentially jib sails, and pull taut, and that was to aid in steering and into the wind in rough weather. And here is the tug Ontario with a company-owned schooner and a barge at the Cornwall, New York pier on the Hudson River. Schooners again being operated as no more than barges towed about by the tugs. The pier was a huge pier out into the Hudson River, and was really um, a short stop in preference to the large coal piers. They had two large coal piers in New York Harbor. And I think that is the end of this show and presentation. There we go.
Thank you, Malcolm, for a very informative presentation. A couple questions I had. Did the O&W have any of this type of maintenance equipment that was unique strictly to the O&W, that they had some special need that other railroads didn't?
The only thing that I recall, and you saw in the slide, and I don't know if it was unique because it was a product, was that Jeffrey's sand excavator, and they had a great need of it because it was so hastily built, like a lot of other railroads at the time, that they needed borrow pits, and they needed a source of excavation spoil to continually filling in trestles and other early parts of the infrastructure, and they were doing it literally up to the virtually up to the last few months before they shut down.
So did they have a car shop that modified or built a
Oh,
lot of this?
they had huge car shops and locomotive shops, and all but one of the buildings, unfortunately, has just burned down within the last year and a half. But they had a tremendous locomotive shop. They had extensive woodworking shops and a large steel car shop and a very modern and up to date at the time built in the 20s uh, paint shop.
Okay, we got a question. How many of these maintenance away pieces of equipment have you modeled?
Uh, Mostly all the ones that you've seen on the
Presentation.
on the presentation, and there's always now and again one or two more that I want to do. And somebody had just sent me recently a flat car load of track frogs, all piled up and shipped out, pre-assembled, probably from Bethlehem Steelton, which has even today has a large track fabrication floor and shop. Former Bethlehem Steelton. Now, I whoever owns it now, I don't know. It's one of the uh, one of the big worldwide steel conglomerates. I think it's the outfit that's based either in India or in Luxembourg.
Oh, okay. Got another question. Do you know of any reference book on the Sykes company?
I don't. I really don't. All I've gotten is just a few pictures here and there. I just thought that was an interesting, not really a maintenance away equipment so much as the fact that the O&W was very much interested in operating their equipment with pilot plows. I can't imagine that Sykes car was literally of any use. I think it was only one truck drive, and it was primarily for branch lines. So I suppose it avoided, um, a global invitation for all the local teenagers to come out and shovel the crossings. I don't know.
So when you modeled a lot of these maintenance away equipment, you did it through drawings of the O&W or photographs that you had to
Well,
get.
the O&W Historical Society has a huge archive, and apparently there were some of the locals in Middletown after the O&W shut down, and buildings were for sale, and nobody wanted any of this stuff, any of their records, literally the stock record books, all that sort of stuff, and it was being pitched out literally into dumpsters. And there was one local who was a uh, a haulage contractor, and he said, "No, whoa, wait a minute." And he hired a couple of kids to clean out their records office in the attics of the Middletown Depot, and got 2 trailer truck loads, which he just parked in his yard. And then later on, when they wanted to get it literally out of one guy's basement, what few records they had, they got a lot of records from the law firm that represented the O&W in the bankruptcy proceedings. Those were all all kind of scattered all over the place. And somebody pointed out that Cornell University had a large accumulation of records and so forth. So a few guys went up there with a 6-ton box truck, and Cornell said, "Look, if you can prove to us that you got a place to store them and catalog and them, inventory them, and make them available to the public, you can have it." And so they rented a place from one of the members. It was the old hacksaw company in Middletown. It had a nice place that was all set up and very well appointed. And I don't know if he's on watching this tonight, but one of the members, Joe Bucks, spent a great deal of time traveling from Queens back up to Middletown, up to Orange County, and setting it all up. And
Wow.
at that point, we had a huge inventory of stuff. I think not a great deal of equipment drawings or anything, but a track map for every inch of the railroad. And I'm convinced, just in looking through some of the drawers when I've been down there several times, probably enough blueprints so they could rebuild every steel bridge that they ever had.
All right, I got one more question before we let you go. What happened to all of this equipment after the O&W went out of service business?
Some of it was sold. Some of it was sold to a scrap dealer who hauled a lot of it down to the former Mayfield yard in Pennsylvania. The FTs were sold to a used equipment dealer, and they were stored at Croxton. A lot of commuters into New York City saw them for years, and finally they came. Erie Lackawanna traded them in on GP40s, and that was about it. And I think there may have been new manufactured GP40s that rode on Ontario and Western FT trucks. Don't know, but all the rest of it wound up in scrap yards.
Wow.
Such of it as it was left. And of course, they had been consuming their own flesh for decades anyway. They had virtually no steel passenger cars after 1945. They all sold them in a bankruptcy, in a series of bankruptcy sales. So there wasn't a lot left.
Too bad. Well, I thank you, sir. Very entertaining, very informative. Appreciate your presentation here tonight on NERx.
Glad to do it.
Okay. Next up, we'll have our segment on tips and techniques. The first presentation will be by Ed O'Connell, who lives in the Rochester area, currently assistant superintendent for the Lakeshores Division, and recently appointed the ops coordinator for the NER. And he's going to give us some tips and techniques on his variety of uncoupling tools.
Hi, I'm Ed O'Connell, and we're here at the home of the Rochester Model Railroad Club in downtown Rochester, New York, here in the heart of the Lakeshores Division. And I'm going to give you a couple of tips and tricks on what I like to use for uncoupling cars during an op session. because sometimes I have a variety of different results using the different types of uncoupling tools. Of course, Katy couplers have been around for years. They work really great, but sometimes those magnets just aren't in the right spot. I've been on a number of layouts where either the magnets are too far away from the place where I want to work, or for whatever reason, the car just wants to recouple, or there's multiple magnets in close proximity to each other, and where you stop on one where you think you're going to uncouple the cars, and then you uncouple it in multiple spots of the train, which can become a headache from time to time. And then sometimes there just aren't those magnets where you want. So I like to carry a variety of tools to help me just do a manual uncoupling, and I'll talk about a couple of the methods that I use. I wear an apron when I'm operating. I can keep all my paperwork for running the trains in there, and then I can keep a variety of different tools. Now there's the traditional NERx magnetic uncoupler that you can push in between the car and separate it. And that tends to work relatively well most of the time. However, if you have cars with diaphragms in them, getting this in between can be a bit difficult. There's also, Micromark makes a variety of different picks. There's this one that lights up. I've had mixed results with this, as well as they also made a metal one prior to, I kind of had to sharpen the tip up a little bit in order to get it to work. One thing that Andy Sperendio used to suggest was always carry a number 2 pencil with a nice sharp tip. In addition to using the pencil to make notes on your switch list and things, you could also use it as an uncoupling tool. There's also the traditional bamboo skewers. Here's one that's relatively small. Here's a little one that's a little bit heavier. This one's actually a sharpened chopstick. And the one things that I like to use are proxa brushes. Our proxa brushes are either available with the handles already attached to them, or you can get them as a refill, and it's just a brush. And if you drill a hole in the end of your skewer, you could have this pointed end on one side and the brush on the other. And they work relatively well. So I'll go through doing the variety of different uncoupling methods, trying an assortment of the tools that I have. Okay, using the NERx uncoupling tool, which has the opposing magnetic forces that are going to draw the hoses apart, you push that in between the cars, and once there's a little bit of slack in there, the cars will uncouple easily. However, well, like I said, if there's diaphragms or some other things inside the car, that this might be a little difficult to get inside. Using the Micromark tools that I have, here's the metal one, has a little bit of a sharpened point on the end, kind of looks like a regular pointed screwdriver, and that gets worked into the knuckles, and by giving it a little bit of a twist, you can see that it separates also. I've had mixed results with this. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's why I carry the variety in my apron. I've done operating sessions at night, so sometimes you need a lighted pick. And that's this one. That's where this one comes in handy. Lights up, puts the light right at the end where you need it, and you can push that right in the knuckles, give it a little twist. Sometimes you need a real steady hand, and it'll separate that way. A little bit more of a low-tech approach is the bamboo skewer we probably all used. Works the same way. Just push it in between the knuckles, give it a little bit of a twist. Once there's slack in there, and it'll come apart. Sometimes it gives me a little bit of a headache getting it, but eventually it will go. The sharpened chopstick is pretty much the same concept, only just a little bit bigger. It's a little bit more rigid. Sometimes it's easier to get it in there and work it in there, and the car will pop right apart. The other bamboo skewer, much like the chopstick, but this one I have a proxa brush mounted into the end. Proxa brushes are either available as refills. It's just the brush itself with a little bit of a wire twist. You can drill a hole in the end of your skewer, push it in there, hold it in with a little bit of CA, or like I said, there's a variety of different sizes Some are finer than others. These are made by a company called GUM. You can find these in the dental aisle, wherever you find toothbrushes, toothpaste, and like, in a pharmacy section of your grocery store, or a CVS, or Walgreens, Rite Aid, the like. Come in multiple packages. They're quite inexpensive. After a while, they will wear out. The brushes will snap off, and then you just get another one. But these work basically the same way. You can just stuff the brush right in the knuckle. And the great thing about it is the brush has a little bit of a give, so it'll work its way in, but once it's there, it gives you also that little bit of a room as it spreads apart and separates the cores. The orange one here is a little bit of a finer tip than the one that's on the green. And it works basically the same way. Push it right in. These are quite popular around our neck of the region. They've been spreading across into the central New York area and the like as I've been to conventions. This brush is a little bit larger, but it works in the same concept. Just stuff it right in there, and once you get it in, give it a twist, and the cores will separate. Now, a couple other tips. Now, remember when I said that sometimes there's the diaphragms in there, and they're a little bit difficult to get to. So how do you uncouple the car manually if you can't get the stick up and down? And this is a trick that I learned from Bruce Robinson up in New Hampshire. He was tired of his operators taking the stick and jamming it in the couplers to the point that they were damaging the handrails on the ends of his switchers. So the thing that he liked to explain, that he was fine with cleaning the fingerprints off the cars, but if you had a little bit of a slack, put a little bit of a slack in the car, reach into the side and just grab the hose and pull it to one side. Pull a hose that's closest to you, and the car will separate. Show you again. Just pull the one hose. Well, there's a little bit of a slack in the car, and it'll separate. This way you don't have to go jamming up and down. Some of his operators had relatively poor eyesight. He also suggested painting the tip of the skewer white. Made it just easier to see. Like I said, Andy Sperandio recommended the pencil because it was always good for writing notes on your switch list, but you could also use it as an uncoupling tool in either method. And the other thing is, well, this one's kind of worn down because I've been using it, but you can also use the eraser to push the car along at the coupler end. Move it to, if you did, actually needed to move it to where it actually had to be. And like I said, the small little Proxa brushes work relatively the same way. Just stuff it in, give it a twist, and the car is separated. Another handy tool I like to keep on the apron is a little binder clip. If you ever are switching on a grade and you have to have a manual brake to keep the cars from rolling away on you, that's just something as simple as just clip it to one of the rails, and it'll just keep the cars from rolling away. Hope you found some of these tips helpful. You'll be able to use them in your next op session. So thanks for watching my presentation on a variety of different uncoupling tools. Model railroading is a lot of fun. Model railroads can look great, but they're even more fun if you run them. You operate them like a real railroad runs. We invite you to try some of these different techniques that I showed you, and I hope to see you sometime in an op session soon. I'm the ops coordinator for both my division and now for the region. So maybe sometime down at a convention, I hope to run into you at one of these sessions. Thanks for joining.
Welcome back. Next up will be night 3 of our model showcase, but before we go there, just want to remind you the NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints, Interaction Hobbies, and Micromark. Micromark is again offering a 20% discount during the NERx virtual convention. Just enter the promotion code WAYBILLS23 when placing your order online during this event. That's WAYBILLS, WAYBILLS 23. Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies are both holding drawings for two $50 gift vouchers. That's 4 vouchers in total. Look for the links in the Facebook or YouTube chats to enter the drawing. The drawing will be held tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern. Make sure you tune in to see if you win. And now, night 3 of the model showcase.
Welcome to the 2023 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted for the showcase. Let's check out Part 3. A couple of HO-scale coal bins by Tichy were built by Gordon Spalti, a Lakeshores Division member, over the course of 3 evenings for his Maine and Western Railroad. During construction, Gordon added a divider between the 2 doors for more support for them and to push the front of the bin out a bit as it tended to bow in. Gordon cobbled up the push broom on the coal bin at Quebec Junction Depot. The agent there likes to keep the platform free of coal dust and chunks. Hub Division member and master model railroader Russ Norris scratch-built this East Broadtop engine house for his HON3 layout. A small cluster of structures was erected in and around the town of Robertsdale, including a station, company store, water tank, and a 2-stall engine house. All that remains of this structure today are crumbling foundations, but plans for the building were available through the Friends of the East Broadtop Company store. Russ's model was constructed from board and batten wood siding with Tichy shop windows and shake roof panels from Best Trains. The rear extension over 1 track allowed Russ to add a small machine shop for light repairs. Dave Dewar of the Lakeshores Division picked up this HO-scale V&O boxcar in the 1990s. When the NMRA magazine ran member photos of their heritage cars a couple of years ago, Dave submitted an image, then realized this car was not part of the series. Alan McClellan later identified the car as once rolling on his famed layout. Dave replaced the roof walk with an etched metal version. A stock Athearn 50-foot boxcar is shown next to the V&O car for comparison. He also added underframe detail, new stirrups, coupler cut levers, and additional light weathering. Ed O'Rourke, a master model railroader from the Central New York Division, does not remember where he picked up this HO-scale trolley car. It has been on the shelf for many years, waiting for inspiration to strike. Ed came across this Ed Wadham's photo of Connecticut Company Norwich Line car 0302 in Connecticut Company streetcars. Obviously an old closed car repurposed. This photo is at the end of streetcar service in Norwich. With the prototype photo, Ed modified the trolley to create his model of the line car. The model earned a merit award in the NMRA Achievement Program. This ends Part 3 of the NERx Model Showcase. The final installment will be shown tomorrow evening.
Welcome back, everybody. Our next event for the night is a roundtable discussion on Operations Weekend. Have you ever participated in an Operations Weekend? Operations Weekend? What's that? Ever thought of organizing an Operations Weekend? How about being a host for an Operations Weekend? Or what is it like to operate at such a weekend? Whether it is Island Ops on Long Island, Ops Till You Drop in Syracuse, Oktoberfest in Albany, or Op Around the Clock in Rochester, you will have plenty of opportunities around the NER. New this year will also be the Hub Division's High Green, replacing a long-standing rail run event. Come hear the organizers, you will hear the organizers of these events tonight talk about what opportunities are available to organizers, hosts, and operators of all experience levels. My name is Artie Crass, and I am a member of the Hudson Berkshire Division, which covers most of eastern New York. I have held the offices of Vice President, President, and Board Member of the Hudson Berkshire Division over the years. I am also a member of the NER Convention Committee, and more recently a member of the NERx Committee. But more importantly for our discussions tonight, I have been involved in helping behind the scenes Doug Diedrich over the past number of years with organizing and running Oktoberfest, the operations weekend held in the Albany, New York area. Unfortunately, Doug could not join us tonight, so I will do my best to take his spot. Joining me tonight is Bruce Robinson, Jim Schweitzer, and Ed O'Connell. The discussion tonight will center around what an operations weekend is all about, how it differs from what local operating sessions you may host or participate in with your groups. We will discuss what goes on behind the scenes, some tips, if you will, in what it takes to organize such a weekend. We will also discuss the roles the hosts play in such a weekend endeavor, and also those of you who participate as operators of these weekends. Again, there are some subtle but significant differences in hosting an operation that you do locally as opposed to an operations weekend. Before we start the discussion, I would like you to hear from each of the distinguished panel members joining me tonight with a brief introduction from each of them. Bruce, let's start with you, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bruce Robinson. I live in Sandown, New Hampshire. People ask me, where is that? And my response is always, that's why I live there. A very, very tiny, small town in southeastern New Hampshire. My NMRA background is I've been at this game since 1969. I have a 4-digit NMRA number, which people question me all about. How do you get this only 4 digits? And just longevity, I guess. NMRA activities, I'm a past director and a past division president, and I'm currently serving on the board of directors for the Hub Division. And being a new member of the Hub board, they decided that the Hub Division should host a Up to Drop weekend, and everybody pointed a finger at me. So I got the task. So this is a new trip for us. We've never done it before. So any tips, suggestions, or even faults that will come out of this discussion, we will be able to use to our advantage. And we appreciate every input from everybody out there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruce, and welcome to the panel. Jim, if you would introduce yourself next.
Hi, I'm Jim Schweitzer, and I'm right here at my home model railroad club of 40 years, the West Island Model Railroad Club in Hicksville, New York. Started the hobby as a young lad, and I've grown over it ever since. My first operating session was out in Illinois at Dick Coyle's, excellent layout, and got the bug there, and it's been doing it ever since. There are a lot of good layouts on Long Island, so several of us got together and said, we should put together an operations weekend. They said, Jim, you can do it. So that's the way it worked. And I've been organizing the Island Ops weekend since 2014. So thanks for putting this together, Artie.
Thanks, Jim, and welcome to the panel. How about you, Ed?
Well, I'm Ed O'Connell. I'm from Rochester, New York right now, but I'm originally from New Jersey. Returned to the hobby in earnest in 2007 after a long hiatus. when life kind of got in the way. Was first introduced to operations as a member of the Garden State Model Railway Club, and was there until the end of 2010 when a job move brought me up to Rochester. I hooked up with the Rochester Model Railroad Club and started working with them. Joined the NMRA in 2015. Currently serving as the assistant superintendent, the webmaster, and the ops chair for the division in the Rochester Model Railroad Club. I'm currently the president and previously held the position of superintendent and chief engineer. And recently appointed as the operations coordinator for the NER. So, you know,
Thank you,
the
Ed.
best part of model railroading is running it like a railroad.
That's
You can look
true.
at it and it looks great, but it's always best to play with it.
Thanks, Ed. Welcome to the panel. All right, let me try to kick off the discussion, and then hopefully I'll have a document to share, but if not, we can touch on all the touch points. An operations weekend basically involves scheduling a number of operating sessions and time slots over the course of 2 or 3 days, with these operating sessions running concurrently on different host layouts. Depending upon the number of host layouts and associated operator slots positions available, we also try to schedule more than one operating session at a host layout so that people, if they can't do it on one day, should be able to do it on the next. And we try to do this over the course, most of them over the course of a weekend. Usually like Oktoberfest, and we'll get into these a little more in detail. We do it Friday and Saturday, where some of them start on Saturday and go to Sunday. But I'll give each of the panelists an opportunity near the end of the discussion to touch upon and go into detail a little bit more on the operating sessions that they arrange and organize. So I'm going to attempt to share a document. We finally got it to work before. So speed, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, can folks see that? You guys can see it on the panel?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what we wanted to talk about tonight is operations weekends from the point of organizers, hosts, and operators. So we came up with a document with just some of the bullet points that we'd like to highlight for people to learn about if they want to be an organizer, a host, or an operator. And panel, feel free to jump in anytime. I'm just going to go down through these, and if we want to expand upon the discussion, please jump in. So the first step, obviously, is to line up a bunch of host layouts that you can organize for the weekend. Once we get the host to commit to operating, we ask them to submit some details about their layout that they're going to be hosting so that we can organize and send out emails to the invitees that we're going to ask to operate. So over the years, one of the key things is the minimum, the ideal, and maximum number of operating slots that you can accommodate on your layout. In no particular order, what DCC system you use, if you use DCC, what type of operations that you run on your railroad via carb card, Swiss list, JMRI, or any kind of dispatching. The accessibility to your layout, upstairs, downstairs, can it accommodate disabilities, etc. Also, the era or the steam or diesel passenger freight type of operations you run on your layout, as some people will choose to run on certain kinds of layouts that suit their passion. We here at Oktoberfest have a pilot that's basically somebody familiar with the host layout that helps the host answer questions and guides operators during the session. What scale your layout is, and a brief description of your layout. So, Ed, Jim, or Bruce, anything you want to add to those or expand upon?
Generally, we harvest, have some pictures of the layout so people have some idea what they're going to see, going to visit. Those pictures sell, right?
Yeah, that's true. Usually in the emails that we send out when we organize this, we do have pictures, and I should have included that on this list. Okay, it's important for the organizers, and these are the people that do all the scheduling, assign operating slots, etc., to have backup plans. We run into potentially host cancels at the last minute for whatever reason, illness or some other obligation comes up. We often run into there's not enough operators that may choose a particular layout, and this is where the minimums come into play, so we know whether we can still schedule a session to operate on that layout with the minimum number of operators. And we also run into last minute cancellations of not enough operators end up showing up even though they committed. Does this cover the backup plans you guys have?
Well, usually what we'll do is we'll have the local, the hosts have some of their regulars filling in the gaps if need be. If I know that somebody's going to be short, they'll invite some of their regulars to participate with them. Uh, we're relatively early into the process. We're only having our second event this weekend, starting Friday. So we haven't had any event where somebody's had to cancel, and I'm hoping that never happens because we only have 5 layouts up here for the time being. Um, hopefully, at some point, I keep pushing the "if you build it, they will come" approach. So hopefully, we'll get some more layouts coming down the road. But right now, we only have 5 to play with right now. So we haven't had anybody cancel, and knock on wood that I hope that never does.
Okay. As an organizer, communications is key. Constant emails to the host and the invited operators to keep everyone up to date on any changes, last minute changes, in case they have to rearrange their travel. We also communicate that contact information for the operators um, to the hosts, and we encourage the hosts to email the operators that do get assigned to their layouts um, to welcome them, explain any nuances of their system, and just a welcome kind of email to make them feel comfortable. When scheduling, and we ask this on our sign up sheets, we accommodate people who carpool. We encourage it. This is sort of different than your local operating session in that you don't really care um, how people get to your house. But in operations weekend, or if people are carpooling, then we may have to do, a carload, 2, 3, 4 operators. They have to be assigned to the same layouts at the same time because they're traveling together.
One thing that we do is we also forward the list of all of the participants out to everybody, just so if they haven't planned to carpool, if they happen to know somebody else and they were planning on coming solo, that they can hook up with somebody that they may know that lives in their area that they weren't sure was going to be participating, and then they can make arrangements
to move around on their own if they happen to be on the same layouts.
Oh, that's good. Doug may do that behind the scenes. I don't know, but that's a very good idea.
Well, and that list also facilitates the networking, because part of an operations week is meeting other people that like to operate. So you talk to this guy, and who was that? Oh, I got his email because we sent the list out, and that's very useful.
Right. When scheduling, you have to be cognizant of the geographic locations of the layouts you're assigning people to. Make sure you give enough time between sessions for lunch, and if you have evening sessions, dinner breaks. I know some op sessions, operation weekends, they organize so that lunch, pizza is provided by some of the hosts. I know they do that in central New York. Some of them all also organize and arrange to meet before breakfast or for breakfast before starting the first session or sessions for that day, just so people get to see each other in person.
Yeah, at some point, our sessions are, this is only our second one, and we don't quite have enough participants yet. Um, and I would like to arrange a breakfast beforehand. Um, we haven't been able to do that yet. I would like to pattern it after the Central New York. At some point, we'll get into a host hotel type of thing with brunch beforehand for socialization. Um, as we expand, we'll get there. And as
Yep.
for the uh, Saturday evening layout, going to do something. How they want to structure their time slot, whether they want to operate for a little bit and then eat, or they want to eat first and then operate. That's all open, and they can pretty much serve whatever they want to serve.
Right. And then not only for dinner and lunch, you know where your host layouts are. So make sure when you're scheduling them, you allow enough travel time between operating sessions for the people to not only drive there, but maybe get lunch ahead of time. Another thing we found, especially in the Albany area, we try to keep abreast of traffic advisories and road constructions. A lot of that sometimes here in New York goes on the weekends, and people have their plans. And then if we hear about something, we send out an email to say, well, avoid the North Way or this road or that route.
Yes, we on Long Island, it's a big thing. People come back to the city over the weekend on Sunday afternoon. So we deliberately wrap up at 12:30 on Sunday afternoon of Island Up, so people can get out off of Long Island before the traffic gets hideous. It's a consideration.
Oh yeah. I know we used to provide name tags. I think we still do for Oktoberfest. That's a good suggestion. And we also bought a number of years ago those plastic signs with the metal legs that you can stick in the ground. We ordered some, and they say Oktoberfest on it, and we give them to the host layouts to put out on the street, because I know a lot of times people are looking for a house or a house number, and this identifies that location a lot better for the operators. Now, a lot of times these are referred to by quote unquote invitation only. Um, the only reason we call it that is the organizers, have this huge list of email addresses of people that want to operate. And like I believe Ed or Jim said earlier, when you go to another event, like we used to go to Rail Run, we would tell people about our session and they would sign up. It's an email invitation, not that we're excluding people, but we just can't say, oh, we're having an operating weekend and everybody just shows up. We need to know when and where you're coming, your choices for what layouts you want to operate on. and things like that. So, I mean, somebody said to me once, "Well, oh, you got to be invited." Well, invited in that, like I said, anybody that wants to operate, give us their email address because you have to email like twice as many um, people that you have slots for because a lot of people can't make it a certain year but want to remain on the email list, etc. Is
One
that
thing
what you
I
guys?
one thing I tried this year is there's a website operatingsessions.com that's all over the country, and I just put something out on their calendar that said, "Hey, we're having an event. This is when it's going to be. This is when we'll have the information available. Mark your calendars." And then as soon as the registration period was open, I put another announcement out that registrations were open, set a deadline, and we have participants coming from North Carolina. One's coming in from Ohio. Three are coming up from the Philadelphia area. So I was quite, and they were early into the event. As soon as the event was availability to register, I got more external support than I did from our local division mailing list. The OPSIG website is also a possibility there where you can go and you can look for sessions that you can participate in.
Yeah, we found over the years because we participated in Ops Till You Drop, the old rail run, and a couple other sessions that that's a great place of people to publicize your event, and people give you their email address, and we add them to the list. And like I said, the list grows, and then some years people say, "Well, I don't want to travel anymore. Take me off the list," etc. So that's another task of the organizers is to keep up that email mailing list so that we always have enough participants.
Yeah, Island Ops is an open event. We have a website, people can register. So it's for all levels of ability, from people that have never operated ever to people who've been operating for, like I have, for 40 years or so. Um, and the hard part about that is that using operatingsessions.com to do registration, it's first come, first serve, which means you can't balance a layout out. You could get a layout with completely new people, which is pretty much confusing for everyone. So that's one of the considerations when assigning people to layouts. So.
Yeah,
I
for
kind of like
October.
how you have your registration, Jim. That was good. I'm not that tech savvy yet to set something up.
Yeah, well,
I
it's
just
been,
go by the manual paper method.
yeah. Well, the key there is that you have, here's the set of operating sessions. Tell me which sessions you want to go to, all of them, because inevitably you get somebody say, I didn't pick that session. Well, you signed up late, and you're going on Sunday morning, Saturday morning, whatever it is, and this layout was open, and first choice was not open. So you have to get people to tell you what they want and tell you all of what they want, because they're making choices, and we help them fill those choices. It's a big balancing act trying to fit everything in and try to make everyone as happy as possible. Nobody's going to be 100% happy, but everybody as happy as possible.
Yeah, that's always the just because I'm familiar with Oktoberfest. So we have sessions on Friday night and then Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon. Occasionally we'll have a special one on Sunday. But for an organizer, what you have to remember is you have to have or try to have the same number of operating slots. So if we're doing 6 layouts on Friday night and we have 50 operating slots, you really have to, for Saturday morning, juggle so that you still have approximately 50 operating slots for the morning and the afternoon. You don't want to get into a situation where you have people that can't operate because you don't have a slot available for that time frame. So that's where a lot of this juggling comes in on the organizer's part. We do it we send out an email explaining what's going on the whole weekend, whose layouts are available, how many slots are available, and then they email or mail us back a form, and we give them 3 choices, for each night or morning, and then we try to accommodate as many people as possible. Like I said before, if you have somebody carpooling with 4, well, you really have to put those 4 people on the same operating session. So we do a lot of juggling. People have been very gracious over the years to maybe add an extra operator, or if we contact the people who are requesting to operate, sorry, we have to move you, from your first session or second session to your third session, just so we can balance the number of operators and the number of host layouts. That's always the hardest part, is the scheduling.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any other points I might have missed or want to bring up for organizers?
Just on the scheduling, you're talking about balancing the slots. So there's, you know, we use the term slot to say that's the time that a bunch of sessions start. So Friday evening, the Friday evening slot. And then there's a bunch of spots at each, the cumulative number of places for guests at the various layouts. And trying to balance that out, negotiate a schedule amongst the hosts and the organizers is the first step of juggling, and then it gets more juggling down the road. So,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
You
it's a
have
lot
to
of
have
work.
all that in place before you can send out the invites.
Yep.
And we have, like you said earlier, I think Ed said, we have some people that are willing to host, but only if we really need them. So, if we have all the operators fill up all the available slots, we can move them to that session, and the operators are more than willing to do that. So,
Also,
Yes.
set a deadline for when you want your to have people send stuff in to give you enough time so you can do the scheduling and do the adjusting. And then also, if you have to twist a couple of arms for some late responders, but you don't want people bombarding you 2 days before the event. Uh, you want to know that they're coming well enough in advance. Uh,
yeah, agreed. And the other thing we do in Oktoberfest is, like I say, we accommodate first come first served basis. If a layout is booked up for that operating session, we will send out emails to everybody to let them know, if they haven't registered yet, well, don't pick that layout because it's already full. So don't waste
exactly.
a choice, if you will, your first choice being a layout that's already has all the operators. So we try to keep that communication going with the hosts and the operators. Okay, if there's nothing else, we got a lot to cover here. I'll move to hosts. And like I said earlier, one major difference when hosting operations weekend is who will be operating. It's not your local Wednesday night group where you tend to know everybody. Um, these are going to be people that you may have never met before. They're traveling from out of town. They're traveling together. So, you know, it's just it's just different the first time. That's all. I mean, it's not a negative or a positive. It's just not your regular local operating session. Um, you may do this for your folks anyway, but have a handout of some of the basic operating rules of your layout. Um, understand
Always
the
good if you email that ahead of time.
oh yeah, like I say, we tell the hosts once the scheduling is done who's going to be operating, and we give them their email addresses, and most of them are very good. They send out an email ahead of
Oh yeah.
time welcoming these folks and explaining everything about their layout and the visit. Understand the concerns of the operators. Don't be shy, and this is referenced in below, but we go back to this. Like I said, here we have a pilot designated for your operating session, someone who is familiar with your layout and has operated on your layout, so they can help operators with questions. That way the host can concentrate on other issues if they arise.
And there's always questions.
Oh yeah.
So, and as a host, you will never have enough time with a room full of new people. So you really need help. You need somebody to help you get that session going.
Right. The next one I already covered. Like the operators, don't be shy. It's your layout and it's your house. A simple, I would appreciate it if you would not do that. You know, don't be shy as a host or a pilot. Everybody that I've ever run into, you know, doesn't get offended if you tell them, please don't do that. The next one doesn't always happen, but again, these are new people. Some of them are anxious, want to operate. You're bound to have something small broken. It's going to happen. Somebody knocks a car off the layout or knocks a tree over or scenery near the edge of the layout. Some people, when they have an operating session like that, will put up a temporary piece of plexiglass or something to protect the end of the layout. If possible, unless they're traveling together and want to operate together, we try to pair up experienced folks with new folks, i.e. if you have the engineer and conductor. It just helps. When you're sending information to the operators, and you also tell this to the organizers, note any parking requirements or restrictions. You know, do you want them parking in the driveway? Are there issues parking on the street? We've even had some people arrange, you know, oh, it's a Saturday, you can park in a school parking lot right across the street or something like that. Just make the people coming to your layout aware. We don't want anybody towed. Bruce brought up a good point. Note if you have any pets or allergies. As he said, I would like to introduce my attack cat, Abigail. But that's appreciated on, you know, for operators coming there. I've been to many, I'm not allergic, but that have pets. And it's just good to know ahead of time. Hold an orientation at the start of the operating session. Another good point Bruce brought up, clearly mark the entrance point to the layout. Have a sign outside telling them what door to enter and where they go from there, downstairs, upstairs, whatever. Where is the bathroom? That's an important thing to tell
Well,
your
we also know
operators.
where the short hood is.
Yeah.
And one other point on that, where is, God forbid something happens, what do you do? It's worth spending 15, 20 seconds to say the fire extinguisher is here, the exit is over here, just in case. There's safety. We all want to enjoy the hobby, but safety is the first importance.
Make every new visitor welcome. Bruce brought this up. Don't ignore anyone. You are the host, so extend the warmth with the old. We will have fun. This is meant to be a fun weekend, a fun session, operating, meeting new people, meeting new hosts. So be gracious to these folks. I know they're coming into your house some for the first time. And when the session ends, do a post-op session. So those new to the layout get a chance to say how their experience went. It could be a good learning thing for a host. They thought, oh, this went really well, but people had an issue, not an issue with it, but you know, maybe they have a suggestion on changing that piece of it or something like that. Anybody else have anything I might have missed on being a host?
At Island House, we have a very structured session schedule. Say the session starts at 2 p.m. The doors, when you let people in your house, will be at 1 p.m. The job briefing orientation will be at 1:30, and there's always a ton of things to talk about. How do we operate? How do our car cards work? How, where's the bathroom? Where are the chips? How do we get out of here in case of an emergency? It sounds like not much, but it's easy to chew up a whole half hour doing that. And then say, the session starts at 2, it goes to 2, and it goes to the stated time. One of the things with operations weekend is not the only operating session that someone's be going to over the weekend or possibly just that day. So you really have to say the session, it's supposed to be over at noon, make sure it's over at noon, because people have to have lunch and travel the next layout. Because everyone tends to have such a wonderful time, like, oh, let's go for another half an hour, and all of a sudden the other people are late to the next layout, which is nice for the first layout, but not so good for the second one. So that's courtesy as a host for the next guy.
Yeah, what we've done with Oktoberfest is they're usually 3-hour sessions, knowing that the real operating session a lot of times is only 2 hours. So we build a buffer in to do things like you just said, Jim. Okay, now we'll move on to the important operators. And sort of like one of the first things, and it's really important, be on time. As Bruce says, a little early is fine, late is not nice. Back in 2013, when I first started operating, me and my traveling companion, Doug, got to a layout late. We walked down the stairs. The host had just finished giving his introduction and assigning slots. We introduced ourselves. I was unceremoniously led to a room, given a chair, and I looked up, and there was the dispatcher panel in front of me. I was new to operations, let alone dispatching. So it shook me up at first, but I've known Bruce ever since then, and we became good friends. But be on time, or you may get stuck doing something you're unfamiliar with at first. And that's the friendship that has gone on ever since that. Yeah.
One of the things that I have, I guess, observed over the years, we've been holding operating sessions here since 1994, and I love that story, Artie, because it's so typical of people that come to a layout for the very first time. They are, oh my God, this is stressful. I can never do this. In here on our layout, we tell you, I'm going to give you about that much information ahead of time during orientation, and about that much will stick. We know this. But we also know that within 15, 20 minutes tops, we're going to see a light bulb coming over your top of your head with a phrase attached to it that says, I get it. And at that point, the operating session becomes fun, just plain fun. You get to socialize, you get to meet new people, you get to make mistakes, you get to be laughed at and laughed with. But the whole process is understood by the host. The joke with us is we've been doing this for 25 years. You've only been doing this for 0 minutes. We know this. Don't worry about it. Jump in with 2 feet. And you can handle the dispatcher's desk here anytime, Artie.
Well, I got laughed at a lot because anytime anybody called me, I'd have to get up, look out through the door and say, who are you and where are you?
We keep a tube of ACC cement right near the dispatcher's desk. It's used to put on the chair, so the dispatcher stays on the chair.
Velcro pants.
You go outside, you become a part of the problem, not a problem of the solution.
All right. As an operator, don't be shy. Tell the host. If you're new to operations, tell that to the host. Don't try to fudge your way through, or, maybe you'll be paired up with somebody more experienced, but don't be shy. Ask questions during orientation. Questions are good.
I
Haven't
had a
used that brand of DCC throttles before? Speak up. Get a quick lesson or with another operator. Aren't familiar with the method of operation, i.e. cards, switch list, CTC, timetable, speak up. Tell people ahead of time, all right, I'm new to this I've operated, but I've never operated with switch lists. It's for the benefit of you and the host. If something gets broken, rolling stock, scenery, structure, tell the host. Don't try to hide it or pretend you didn't do it. We're there to have fun. That's going to happen. You're not going to get banned. Well, unless you destroy a $400 brass engine. I don't know. But speak up. Don't worry about it. And if you're uncomfortable with the assignment you are given, sort of like we just talked about, yard master, dispatcher, tell somebody. But guess what? After the session, if you take one of those jobs, you're going to learn a lot, you're going to feel a lot more comfortable, and you're going to go at the end, that was fun. So,
Another thing I also find helpful is sort of out there on encounter an issue on the railroad. Hey, something keeps showing here or derail back of the that they give you, and then hand it back to the host. Because in a lot of cases, they'll never know that that's an issue because somebody might not have ever told them before. I just say, hey, look, I was having issues every time I went over this diamond. It would stall, or this was going on, and they figure, you know what? I always thought that was an issue, but nobody ever told me before. And the next time I went back for an op session, he'd ripped that diamond out and replaced it with something else.
Yeah. And
So
I
if
just
you
want to comment
encounter an issue, they may not know it.
Right. A lot of these things we've been
Then I get an
going
email
over,
a couple of days later.
I know pertain to regular operating sessions. But again, the point I made in the beginning, what makes operation weekends tend to be different is the operators that are coming that you're not familiar with. They're not familiar with your layout, etc. I mean, some of these points we're going over are valid for any kind of operating session, whether you do it with your friends, etc. But we're just trying to point out the things that make an operations weekend different, mainly because of the potential unfamiliarity of operators and hosts and layouts. So, obey the operating speed limits. Again, host, don't be shy if you have them set in your DCC, or if you just see somebody that's operating way too fast, tell them. It's for their benefit and your benefit. Operators come prepared. Aprons, or the ones you wear around your waist, are really helpful to store uncoupling tools, or if you're using car cards, etc. But remember, empty your pockets before you leave. I'm guilty of this. I don't know how many uncoupling picks I have in my house from other people's layouts, but
Make sure your operators have your mailing address so that they can mail back your engine cards and your way bill.
I've done that. Oh yeah.
Ask me how I know that one.
Operators, make sure you keep the organizers or the host updated if there's any change in your plans. Communicate your contact information to the host or the operators if it changes, i.e., you're going to bring your cell phone or something like that. Again, when you're making your choices, you should have enough information to base and organize your day between operating sessions, knowing, oh, I picked this one and this one. Am I going to have enough time to grab a bite to eat and drive the half hour or 10 minutes or hour to the next layout? Also, operators should keep abreast of traffic advisory and road constructions, especially if they're traveling from Massachusetts or something. We'll keep you advised in Albany, but we won't know what you're going to hit along the way. And then Bruce brought up a good point. Check with the host regarding whether you bring radios and throttles. Sometimes a host may be short on a throttle. They may ask some operators to bring some. Make sure they get numbered or renumbered so they don't conflict with what the host already has.
A corollary to that is a couple of times people have asked me, is it okay if I bring? And typically it'll be a Union Pacific Challenger. And I say, well, if you get here 30 minutes earlier, you can run around. But come operating session, it goes away because you were invited to operate on the Valley Junction Railroad. And it is not appropriate to have a Union Pacific Challenger running around in New England. So you put it, you be flexible on one side, but you really need to be strict on the other. You've invited these people to your home to experience what you have built. And I think most people appreciate that.
And that actually goes to my general philosophy as an operator at any layout. Somebody spent years. I mean, our hobby, it takes years to build a railroad. So that host has their dream. It's their layout. They're trying to, create the railroad in their space. And so you're really there to help them achieve that dream. You're a guest, and you're going to help them achieve whatever dream that is. Some people have a dream of running big boys across Wyoming. Some people have a dream of running moguls through Marlborough, Mass. I don't know, whatever it happens to be. But you're there to help them achieve that dream, and that's a really good attitude to come in with, and to have fun.
Yeah.
Well, time's getting short. We got a raft of questions, so maybe I'll read some. And do you require hosts to be NMRA members for liability insurance? What about visitors? Well, as far as Oktoberfest goes, it really has nothing to do with our division or the NMRA. It's just a bunch of hosts that have layouts and operators that want to operate. There's no requirement, at least in Oktoberfest, that you're an NMRA member or even a member of our division. We just keep it open to everybody.
Yeah,
How do
we'll
you
kind of
determine? Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, we'll kind of do the same thing. We would kind of prefer that you are because we're actually the host. Being the Lake Shores division. Yeah, you can come in as a guest, but after you hit your limit of participating,
Right.
I'm gonna have to buy an account
Right.
and join up. You can come as a guest for a while, then we're gonna ask you to join.
Okay. Speed, you stopped the sharing, right? Sorry. How do you determine who gets what job? Usually, the sessions we've been to and host, that's up to the host. They advertise what jobs they're going to run that night, and we usually ask people what, they raise their hand, or we'll say, oh, we got the yard job, who wants that? And people will raise their hand and ask for it, and that's how we usually assign it.
Yeah,
I think you guys are similar.
At the West Island Club, it's by seniority, but the seniority is you pick a number as you come in the door. And the guy that gets number one gets to pick job number one. We go down there. So there's choice, but there's also railroading is all about seniority. So we kind of have both worlds to do that.
Somebody asked, why is it hard to find operators? What is the problem to solve?
I think people are deathly afraid of operating. They think that they are, if they make a mistake, it's going to be the worst thing in the world. I mean, in most cases of model railroad operations, nobody dies. You might put the train on the ground, but there were never any fatalities. Oh, maybe $1,000 brass locomotive, if you did that, may result in a broken nose, but that's about it. But people are afraid, I think. Um, but you put a throttle in somebody's hand, and 15 minutes later they're having the time of their life, and they're thanking you on the way out. It's again, I never thought this was that much fun. Don't be afraid to try it.
And Bill Borelli had a phrase. He sees somebody with little beads of perspiration on their forehead, all stressed out. He would look at you and say, quote, "And we are not here to kill all the Klingon," end quote. And it's enough to break the ice and get people to laugh.
Mhm.
I mean, the one thing I'll do is in my ops box, I carry around a little urine specimen container. So it's all good nature's fun, but somebody derails a train or runs a block or something else, and the next thing you know, somebody's playing the FRA and going on like the short.
Yeah, the best way to get operators, like you guys said, is just, even within our division, somebody's hesitant. We just say, invite them to one and we handhold them for a little bit. And like you say, at the end of the night, it's like, why haven't I been doing this for years? Yeah.
I remember my first operating session. I was sweating bullets myself, and said, and it was somewhat the same thing. Nobody's going to die. You're going to be fine. And also, it really helps if you're brand new and operating. Operate with somebody for your first time. Have somebody show you the ropes. Just trying to learn it all on your own is so difficult. It's much easier. Run with somebody, he'll explain what you're doing, and then you'll really enjoy your first operating session. Hopefully have years of operating fun afterwards.
Somebody asked, some weekends are Friday to Saturday, others are Saturday to Sunday. Is one better than the other? We do Friday night and Saturday. I mean, it's really how you talk to or what you arrange with your hosts. And, over the years, you get an idea of how far people have to travel and stuff like that. So that's why, like on a Friday night, we start at 7 or 7:30. So if people want to come, 2 or 3 hour drive, they can leave right after work. But we found Friday and Saturday work. I think Syracuse starts Saturday morning and
Yeah,
goes into Sunday
Syracuse starts Saturday afternoon.
afternoon,
Has
right?
two on Saturday. Gets together for brunch on Sunday, and then you have a third layout. Then you go home. We're still experimenting. Our first one that we did last October was Saturday and Sunday. This year or this time we're go round. We're making a model railroad week. NERx is Monday to Thursday. Our op around the clock is Friday and Saturday, and we have people coming in the Batavia train day into the area. They're going to stay and then the train show once. Still experimenting on moving the dates around to see what works for us.
I'd like to leave you guys with a last thought. April 15th, Hub Division is running a spring training event in Manchester by the Sea, Mass. And we needed guest speakers. Cynthia Priest and her husband, Stephen Priest, are the two primary featured clinicians, and Cynthia is going to be the after dinner speaker. Because they came flying out on a day before, we set up a layout visit for them for Tom Oxnard's layout, and then we set up an operating session for them here on the Valley Junction Railroad. if you guys been following Cynthia's editor's column, you would notice that she's going to set a goal of making her MMR. And she mentioned her trepidations of operating the chief dispatcher. I suggested to her that she take, ready, that position. Artie, does that mean anything to you? So read her, be prepared when she writes her editorial in the NMRA magazine in the following or months after her encounter here in Sandown, New Hampshire.
Well, I know you put a bunch of people in the hot seat there and have done quite well. So
they all survive.
That's it.
That's it.
Operating sessions are not fatal.
All right, I hit as many questions as I could because I know we're running a little over. So I hope this was insightful for folks, answered some of their questions, and will encourage people to either organize their own, ask to host, or ask to operate. Most of these sessions are done word of mouth through email and everything. We don't have a website where we go to post these. So, I mean, it's just over the years, we've gathered up all the contact information, and you talk to people at conventions or train shows or Amherst. So, I mean, we've done it, and successfully, mainly through word of mouth. Okay. Thank you, Ed, Jim, and Bruce. I have to move on so I'm the host for the night also, so I have to keep this moving.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Great, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, folks, try an op session some. Maybe I'll see some there.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the roundtable discussion. It took a little longer than we thought, but so next up is a layout visit to Steve McMullen's Carlton Railway. Steve hails from St. John's, New Brunswick, and has been a model railroader since his junior high school days. Steve is very interested in realistic operations and modeling the potato industry. His double-deck HO scale Carlton Railway will be the subject of our next layout visit. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Steve McMullen. I live in St. John, New Brunswick, and I'm glad to welcome you to this video tour of my HO scale proto-freelance Carlton Railway. The multi-deck layout fills my entire 40-foot by 28-foot basement. The main line is about 500 feet long from West End staging at Avondale to East End staging at Haynesville, and there are also two important branch lines. The railway is set in rural Carleton County, New Brunswick, circa 1965. That's where I grew up. I remember the agricultural industry in that area of New Brunswick with lots of Alco locomotives hauling long trains of reefers filled with potatoes, especially at harvest time, stock cars loaded with cattle, and other related commodities like fertilizer and feed. Carleton County was one of the most important potato growing and production areas of North America. So potato farming had to be at the heart of my layout, and that is very evident in an operating session. I began construction of the layout in 2000 after a couple of previous layouts. We moved to St. John in 1997, we finished the basement, and I began building the railway in 2000. The layout is not quite finished, but it's well on the way. I have a North Coast Engineering DCC system that I installed in about 2006, with the railway divided into 18 power districts. A typical operating session sees 14 trains, so that's 6 way freights, 2 fast freights, and 6 passenger trains. I have about 375 freight cars, but not all are actively on the layout at once. I do have some storage places on the layout for some of those. The track is Atlas Flex Track with 210 pico turnouts. The minimum radius is 32 inches, but most areas are 36-inch radius or larger. So we'll begin the layout tour now by video, and we'll begin in Avondale. So when you begin at the west end of the layout in Avondale, you see here the locomotive facilities. There's also a small coach yard in the background there. The main line from West End staging enters from the right, and now we enter the Avondale yard, which is the most important classification yard on the railway. In a typical operating session, Avondale has a yardmaster, an assistant yardmaster, and I often work as the hostler preparing the power for each train and moving trains to and from the West End staging. 5 6-to-1 fast clocks that portray an 18-hour day from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in a 3-hour operating session. In Avondale, you can also see the evidence of the agricultural nature of the local economy. The produce terminal here and the Purina feed mill are kits that I assembled when I was in junior high about 50 years ago, when I was just starting in the hobby. The McCain Foods warehouse in the background generates carloads of frozen food products. Not only potatoes, but cattle are also important to the railway. There is a large packing plant in Waterville, which we'll see in just a few moments. I've included a number of farms along the railway. The various styles of barns and outbuildings remind me of uncles and aunts I visited when I was a child and the properties that they took care of. So once we've finished this area of Avondale, we'll then skip the community of Deerville and move to Waterville. Waterville is another very rural community, but it does include the railway's busiest customer along the railway. And that customer is Buckingham Quality Meats packing plant. Again, sort of a kit-bashed building. Part of it I built when I was in high school, and the rest I've built on later. So this packing plant includes a large stockyard with spots for 17 stock cars to unload beef, cattle, and pigs. There are 2 sidings for loading reefers with meat products. And it's a busy spot because these are perishables, so the crews need to be careful to make sure that they are spotted in a timely manner on the right tracks. Another industry in the community is Waterville Enterprises. That includes a lumber yard, a hardware dealer, a large potato warehouse, as well as an Esso bulk plant. So with these industries, Waterville provides lots of local switching work. But once again, this is a rural area. There are no large urban scenes anywhere on the railway because I want to portray Carleton County, well, as I remember it. It's a rural and small town location with no really crowded areas. So as we again see the Esso bulk plant there and the station in front of it, we will see the local way freight going by. This train is the eastbound Carleton York Peddler, the daily way freight that stops in many of the towns to do switching and to make sure that perishable products are in place to be picked up by one of the 2 daily fast freights. Here we move into more of a residential area. You'll see that people expect to have their own gardens, their own places to grow and sell vegetables. Every house has a backyard garden, and in addition to all of those gardens by the homes, there's also a roadside vegetable market too. Most of the locomotives are Alco products, so there are RS3s, there are C424s, the yard switchers are S4s. There are a few F units on some of the passenger trains, and I also have a few Fairbanks Morse Train Masters because they were used some in Eastern Canada as well. We're on the upper level of the layout, and the layout ranges in height from 34 inches at the east end in Millville up to 60 inches high in Avondale. So we began in Avondale. We're still in that sort of probably 55-inch range now as we go through Waterville. We're on the uppermost level here as we move into the heart of the potato growing area in the community of Rosedale. So here in Rosedale, there are 6 scratch-built potato warehouses. You can see that the barrels arrive from the fields. The trucks have brought them from the fields to be stored in the potato houses. And in the potato house, the potatoes are graded and washed and prepared for shipment. Table potatoes were placed in jute bags to be loaded on ice bunker reefers to be shipped by rail to grocery warehouses. Seed potatoes would be loaded on pallets for overseas shipment. You can see in the background that I've tried to include a number of potato fields. The potato field here behind these potato houses still needs to be planted. That's one of the things I hope to get done this spring. This is, you'll see the Fast Freight East coming along here, powered by 2 Alco C628s. And you can see another large unplanted potato field behind the next potato house here. And again, hopefully that also will soon look lush and green when I get around to it. One of the interesting aspects of potato houses here in New Brunswick was that they were often banked on the west and north sides to prevent shelter from winter winds in order to save on heating costs. So in Rosedale and in the community of Silverdale that we're just entering now, you'll see that that's what I've done with each of these scratch-built potato houses. I have sort of had them buried in the side hill, which would be very common in the real world in Carleton County in the 1960s. So here are 5 more potato houses along the right-of-way. In different architectural styles. The station's on the other side of the track. There's also an Irving oil bulk plant. Irving is a major presence and has been for a number of years in eastern Canada. Now, potato fields in Carleton County would typically be, well, several hundred acres in size. So I was determined to include at least one large potato field on the layout, and here it is. Here in Silverdale is what I call the world's largest HO scale potato field. Now, I have no idea if it really is, but as far as I know, no one else has been crazy enough to create such a large potato field. It's about 3 feet by 5 feet. It includes 144 rows of potatoes. It took me about 10 to 15 minutes to plant each row. So that provides some insight into how crazy I really am. But I really wanted to make sure that there was at least one very large potato field on the layout, because again, that's just what Carleton County was and actually still is like. So now we've moved into the community of Wakefield. The most memorable place in Wakefield when I was a child was the drive-in theater, so I've included that. It's very prominent in the community. It looks like there's a good-sized audience based on the number of cars that are there. There's also a yard sale here. This is one of the things that visitors often remark about. There's a salvage yard next here. And finally, there's yet another potato warehouse, with this one also connected to the local farm chemical dealer. So now we've moved into what used to be the furnace room. When I first built the layout, there was very little room here for the railway, but several years ago we installed a heat pump and mini splits for heating our home. So we removed the furnace and the oil barrel, and I suddenly had more room for the railway, which I promptly filled on 3 levels. So this is the community of Lanes Creek, which has, again, lots of potato fields. It's on the middle level here between the West End staging on the top level and the community of Maplewood on the Cloverdale subdivision on the lowest level. Lanes Creek has a few industries that are served by one of the way freights. As we move out of the furnace room, the main line descends a 2.9% grade. It's the steepest grade on the Carleton Railway. Any long westbound trains typically have a helper to push them up the hill. The line just in front of the main line is the Northampton subdivision, right behind the stores there. We'll look later at the towns in that subdivision. Now, South Newbridge is a busy little town. It has the only operating traffic signal in Carleton County. This is the yard crew shunning cars on the yard lead. South Newbridge is a very important yard, especially because this is the junction with the Northampton subdivision. Also, the fast freight usually picks up and drops off cars here for other areas on the railway, and those cars will then be delivered by the way freights. So the yardmaster here is kept quite busy. You can see a sleeper waiting on the station track. The Nor'easter passenger train will pick it up in the evening for the overnight trip toward Boston. South Newbridge also has several local industries. There's a cement plant, a printing plant, a furniture factory, a couple more potato warehouses, all need to be switched each day. So you can see it's a busy place. And then here's a small community of East Newbridge coming into view. It's on a spur line. It has a feed mill, stock pens, a British American bulk fuel plant, a siding for pulpwood loading, and the railway's ballast pit. The next community is one of my favorites on the layout. Bull Lake is a very small community where there isn't even a siding. It's really a cheap vacation spot, a place to take the kids to the lake on vacation. So there's an economy motel, a lakeside campground, a diner, lots of rustic cottages along the lake. Even the local passenger train doesn't normally stop at the small station, except during the summer. It is a scenic spot that makes me feel relaxed whenever I look at it. Again, just a nice place to go and relax by the lake. I'm going to skip past the next 40 feet or so of the main line. It's on a narrow 8-inch shelf with a long passing siding in Clarkville. And then the railway enters the York County community of Nortondale. You can still see the gardens in everyone's backyards here. There are also several pig farms in this community. Nortondale also has a long passing siding, several local industries, stock pens for loading those pigs onto railroad cars to go to the packing plant. Again, you can see here the gardens in everyone's backyard and some of the farms here. And this is a very narrow shelf in this section of the layout. And here's the beginning of the long passing siding, and also there's some industrial tracks as well. So the centerpiece of the community of Nortondale, even though it has a number of industries, but the centerpiece is the Carleton Railway's own luxury resort hotel. And so that hotel is of European design, and in fact the railway constructed a station here of European design to sort of keep with the theme of their hotel. So the hotel includes 2 tennis courts, beach volleyball, a swimming pool, a large beach beside the Naquick Stream, boat rentals, a place to dine outside. So I've tried to make this scene that's coming into view now in the video, this scene of the railway's European resort. I've tried to make it a place where the railway shows off a bit. And you can even see the luxury cars that are here. There's a bus tour that has arrived. This is a luxurious resort destination for its passenger trains. So here are the chalets where the guests can stay. Again, one of the tennis courts. There's the gift shop. And see here the end of the long siding in Nortondale, and the bridge is crossing the Naquik Stream here. The small highway bridge that we're coming up to portrays a memory from my childhood, really, where Route 585 turns sharply and then crosses the stream. So, and there's actually an artist here beside the bridge who is painting the beautiful scenery. You can also see on the other side of the stream some beekeepers tending to their beehives. The problem is that just behind the tree is a black bear waiting for them to leave so that he can see if he can get some honey. And now we're entering Big Lake, which is actually a very small lake. It is the last part of the main line before the Millville Yard, and this is the newest part of the layout. This Big Lake scene was just completed in the fall. And it's another relaxing place where people enjoy boating along the lake, boating on the lake or fishing at the mouth of the stream. The main line is double track here to avoid bottlenecks for trains entering or leaving the large Millville Yard. And you can see the westbound way freight now just leaving the Millville Yard. It's powered by a pair of RS3s. And it's pulling a number of reefers, those ice bunker reefers that were used so often for hauling potatoes. But the reefers were not used for refrigeration when loaded with potatoes. Instead, they were used for ventilation on warm days when the roof hatches would be left open to keep the cars ventilated. Or they were used for insulation from the cold during the winter. And in fact, during the wintertime, a small charcoal heater would be placed underneath the car to keep the potatoes from freezing. You see a covered bridge there. Covered bridges were common in Carleton County in the 1960s. Many of them are now gone. And finally, we're going to take a quick look at the two communities on the Northampton branch line. So first, this is the small community of Grafton. Usually 6 or 7 cars are dropped off or picked up here daily by the Northampton local. There are just 4 industries located here, including Carnes Bakery, which is the busiest customer. And there it is. And then finally, this is the community of Northampton at the end of the line. There's a small engine terminal here, along with a few rail customers. But the main industry here is the large sawmill, which generates many carloads of finished lumber from the logs that are delivered daily by rail. So that's a very quick tour of the Carleton Railway. I hope you've enjoyed the video tour, but I hope even more that you will visit to see the railway in person or perhaps participate in an operating session. And this final photo, I should say, that is the Millville Yard. We didn't look at it as part of the video tour, but that is the end of the line on the lowest level there. So I hope that you will come and visit the railway in person at some point. And one great opportunity for that will be during Fundy Rail Fest 2023, which is happening in late May, May 25th to the 28th here in St. John. Our St. John Club has a great program planned that includes tours of 10 home layouts, operating sessions, industry tours here in St. John, which includes a tour of the recently expanded rail and container facilities at Port St. John, and much more. So I hope that you'll come to visit. Thanks for being part of this video tour of the Carleton Railway.
Wow, hope everybody enjoyed that layout visit to Steve McMullen's Carleton Railway. Very impressive, very impressive. Next up, we have a tip and technique from Drew James on developing a plausible car road name roster. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Drew James, the superintendent of the Central New York Division, and today I'm going to show you some simple steps for developing a plausible roster of car road names for your model railroad and show you how I did it on my Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. Several years ago, I was getting to the point on my new layout where I was getting close to starting operating sessions. And I realized at that point that I needed to more than double the number of cars that I owned that I was carrying over from my previous layout that had a similar theme. And so I went on somewhat of a car buying spree. And I was really looking to rapidly ramp up the number of cars I had. And I didn't just buy any old car. I tend to focus on cars that were, in my area in the Pacific Northwest. I wasn't too concerned about the proper era, and I ended up on somewhat of a hodgepodge of road names in that time. And as time has gone forward and I've run a lot more operating sessions, I've had time to focus on upgrading the car fleet, and part of that upgrade has been coming up with a more realistic, plausible mix of freight car road names. So I really needed to develop a plan to guide my acquisitions. So when I go to a show like Springfield, I have a list of road names that I'm looking to purchase if I'm going to buy a few new cars, and of course you always do at a train show. And it's not to say I never make an impulse buy. I do have a D&H New York car, box car in my layout, but in general, it's having a plan has reduced my impulse buying of a car that just catches my eye. So what drives a realistic set of freight car road names on your railroad? And I think there's three primary drivers. The first is the era. What time frame is your railroad set in? The farther back you go, as you get into the golden age, there were a lot more railroads. They tended to be shorter in length. They tended to have a lot of interchanges with other railroads. So you would expect to see a lot more road names. In the current era, there's more privately owned and leased cars. I right behind my house is the St. Lawrence division of the CSX, and as I watch trains on that line, I can't help but notice that perhaps a quarter to a third of the cars have actual railroad road names, and all the others, the majority, are privately owned or leased cars. Another driver is your setting, and this is kind of obvious. If you are set in the West, you probably are going to see a lot more road names from that area than if you're set in the East. And then also, I think the type of line drives the mix of road names you would expect to see. A bridge line, a branch line, a coal hauler, etc., is all going to drive your mix of cars. I mean, to take an extreme, if you model a narrow gauge line, there's a good chance that there's not going to be any foreign road names on your layout because it's so hard, because it's impossible to interchange. So after reading some articles and thinking about it and looking at pictures of trains from the era I model, I came up with sort of a guideline. And this is certainly not a hard and fast rule, but I think it's a good place to start from and then to adjust it for the circumstances of your particular layout. And that says that, hey, about 50% of the cars perhaps should be of your home road, maybe 25% foreign connecting roads. In the case of my layout, the Canadian National is interchanges with the CS&P. Other foreign roads that are in the region but don't directly interface with your railroad. And then foreign roads from outside the region should be fairly small in number, and then private owned cars also. So here's the process I use to develop my plan for road names on the CS&P. And the first thing I did was developed a target percentage of each type of road name that I wanted on the railroad. And I think this was important to do this before I actually inventoried all the cars I had, because knowing what cars I had could have influenced my target percentage, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to develop a target percentage without having an awareness of where my current roster stood. The CS&P is a little bit different in that in my world it's jointly owned by both the Burlington Northern and the Canadian Pacific, so it really has two home roads. In addition, in 1981, each of those two railroads had a number of paint schemes that were still in use. So for example, the Burlington Northern, it still had a lot of rolling stock that was painted for the railroads that made up the merger. And Canadian Pacific, most of the cars were the CP Rail Pac-Man cars, but there was still a lot of Canadian Pacific Railway cars around as well. So taking that all into account, I really ended up with a target percentage of 60% for the home road. And then I came up with my percentages, my target percentages for the other types of cars. For others, Canadian National, it has a direct interface with the CS&P. And then I also made a category for Canadian, which is other Canadian railroads, such as British Columbia Railway, Algoma Central, etc. So I came up with my target, and then I just put into a spreadsheet all the cars in my roster, and you can see a small part of that spreadsheet. I have just around 300 cars in my spreadsheet at this point in time that are active on the railroad. They aren't always on the layout, but they could be rotated onto the layout between operating sessions. And so I just put in the spreadsheet of what road name they were. I added up the totals for every road name that I had, which you can see down towards the bottom, and I came up with the percentage that I had on the layout compared it to the target percentage. And the percentages you see there for my example are pretty close because I've been working this now for a couple of years. When I first totaled up all my road names, I had way more pre-BN cars than were realistic in my mind, many more. And so as I've been adding cars, I've been focused on those cars in particular. So if I get a new car and I'm going to take an old one off the layout that maybe just doesn't look as good anymore, I'm really focusing on removing pre Burlington Northern merger cars because I just had too many of those. And so at this point in time, you can see I've gotten the percentages down, to pretty close to my target. I still have a couple too many pre-BN cars. I still could use, some Canadian Pacific cars, but it's fairly close, close enough. However, I still maintain this, and it really does focus my purchasing. So before I go to a show like Springfield, where I'm expect to buy a couple of cars, 2, 3, 4 cars, who knows, I haven't, I write down what road names, should I be looking at, and in order to keep everything in balance. So this is how I did it. I think it definitely met the two goals of making my road name roster look much more plausible for my time and place. You see a lot more CP rail cars now than you did 5 years ago if you operated here, and it definitely does. Maybe drive my purchases is too strong of a word, but keep me honest in my purchases, perhaps. I still might have an impulse buy for a car that, is an Eastern Road car because I just really like it. but it does, limit those kind of purchases and keeps me honest that most of my purchases need to, make sense for my railroad. So that's in summary and just a quick overview of, how you can go about, developing a more plausible set of road names for your layout. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Drew, for submitting that tip and techniques on developing a plausible car road name roster. Next up, we have a clinic by James Van Bockelen, scratch building a structure in styrene. James grew up in Boston and Newburyport, Massachusetts, and took an early interest in trains, trolleys, and history. He started with an O-gauge tin plate, but switched to HO in 1968 because he wanted more accurate models of what he saw and rode. He's still playing with trains, working on his home layout and with the Hub Modular Group. James attended MIT. The time he spent at the Tech Model Railroad Club contributed both to his future modeling and to his 30-year career in the computer industry as a programmer, salesman, manager, executive, and entrepreneur. He has volunteered for his own town government for 33 years, presently serving as selectman. He also volunteers at Seashore Trolley Museum, where he is the vice president and superintendent of track. He operates trolleys at Seashore and Lowell National Historical Park. James has been a life member of the Hub Division for more than 30 years. He has been maintaining his unofficial B&M page on the web for 27 years. He has been building his HO scale B&M Eastern Route layout in his attic since 2007. His first achievement program certificate was volunteer in 2009, and since then he's earned 6 more certificates. All right, it's up to James now.
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoy the clinic. Hi, I'm James Van Bockelen, and I'm presenting on scratch building with styrene. The building I'm showing here is my Rowley, Massachusetts depot, made of styrene and HO scale. I built it about 22 years ago, and since it joined my other structures on my Rowley modules, it has been to Europe twice, once by boat, once by ship. It has been to Canada a number of times, been to the Midwest, been to 100 or more train shows, maybe 200 overall that time. And when it was 17, with a little interior improvement that I hadn't done initially, it won a merit award at an NER contest. And it's been through humidity changes, temperature changes, shock, vibration, and through all of that, the styrene construction has satisfied me and made me pleased with having originally chose it. I chose it partly because I'd seen wood structures be damaged by handling, and I had seen a rather complicated model of Boston's old Raymond's department store, 5 or 6 stories tall, 200 windows maybe around 5 sides of an access hole, and the man who'd done it had done it with a mixture of styrene, card, and wood, and maybe some resin parts too, and he'd held it all together with ACC. And after a couple of years in an environment where the humidity changed dramatically and the temperature changed considerably from season to season, all of his interior stuff was falling apart. The card parts were coming apart from the plastic, and that's because ACC is brittle and it has a hard time dealing with things with different rates of expansion. So I chose styrene, and while that isn't the only thing I do scratch building in, it's where I do by far the largest part of my scratch building. Now, styrene you have dealt with almost any of the model railroad products that are currently available. It's a material that softens when heated to about 150 degrees. You can melt a styrene thing in the rear window ledge of your car if you have a sedan and you leave the windows closed. It can be solvent welded. Methylene chloride is the most flexible one, but I find it more dangerous, and so I only use that when I have to. Otherwise, I use methyl ethyl ketone, which I can get in large quantities from the hardware store. And the pure stuff is clear and usually fairly easy to break. The types we usually work with have lots of fillers, pigments, and things to make them tougher or more flexible. And so their behavior maybe is a little bit different, but not enough that I have really noticed it. If I find something that methyl ethyl ketone will not touch, then I know I'm dealing with acrylic or ABS. You also have to watch your painting a little bit if you're using solvent paints. Always test something you've never used before. And the crazing on the surface isn't really an issue on the hidden surfaces. It's similar to what happens when you spread too much of your solvent cement on a part. But in a visible surface, it can start to intrude on you trying to represent a smooth metal or glass surface with styrene. Model airplane cement is something that most of us have around. It's easy to get. It works very well with styrene molded parts because it is styrene, and it will fill gaps, and it will bond joints where the joint isn't perfect. It won't be as strong as a perfect joint, but not all joints in a model need to be very strong. The solvent-based putties are nice to work with because they sand well and they dry fairly fast and they take paint, but they don't have structural strength. If something that you've puttied is going to be flexed in the future, then you may find the putty cracking out. You can use styrene with ACC and epoxy glue with no problem. Contact cement, I have some contact cement joints with Walther's Goo, which I've really liked how they've performed because they were joints between metal and styrene, and the goo will flex a little bit. And so I have 25-year-old joints in passenger cars where styrene is laminated to metal, and that styrene is still laminated by the goo. ACC, because it's brittle, is iffy to use on any joint between styrene and another material. And you probably know from the big fans of wood scratch building and wood structures in general that it's hard to make styrene look like weathered wood. And I would not try to make styrene look like a nice piece of stained, weathered, that's supposed to be right next to a styrene part. The styrene part had better represent metal in that case. As always, the better the joint, the better the fit, The better the area, the stronger it is. And even if you're laminating with a solvent cement, like laminating two pieces of styrene together or styrene to acrylic, you do have to be a little careful about how much surface area you have and how the solvent's going to get out of it. Evergreen Scale Models is the supplier of scratch building styrene we're probably most familiar with. You've seen their racks in most hobby stores. There's a lot of different sizes of strip, a lot of different kinds of sheet, plain, clapboard. They offer sidewalk. They offer aren't too strong on brick, but they have the ribbed metal and the board and batten and so forth. Lots of different rods and round and square and tube. H-column I-beam, if you need to have an exposed structure, you can build a bridge. Half and quarter round are useful when you're doing interiors. Plastruct is primarily focused on architects. They have lots of parts for architectural and engineering modeling. They clearly put a lot of energy into things that let you design your whole chemical plant. Thing you have to be aware of with them is that they have gray things, which are ABS. White may be styrene or butyrate. Clear is usually acrylic. And if you know what you're dealing with, you can glue them. But the first time I tried to glue butyrate to styrene, I was disappointed. And I didn't really know it was butyrate until I looked at the packaging. And to really know what Plastruct has, you have to get the catalog. It's downloadable, and it has a bunch of information in it about crafting with their various products and how they might apply to various modeling problems. JTT Scenery Products is mostly scenery details, trees, grass, the like, but they do have embossed sheet, and they have embossed sheet, random stone, various other kinds of embossed tile, roof tile. If you need tile roofs, they or Plastruct will have fairly good answers for you. The thing that I needed for my modeling was corrugated, which is formed on both sides, and it isn't perfect. It's 5 times, 10 times the thickness that real scale corrugated material would be. But if you make your real scale corrugated material out of tin foil, you're going to discover it's very vulnerable to fingers. The last source of styrene is your neighborhood plastics dealer. Actually, I'm not sure neighborhood's the right word. I have to drive to Billerica, Massachusetts, but there are a lot of plastic distributors around, and all of them that I'm aware of either have or can get 40 thousandths, 60 thousandths, 100 thousandths styrene in big sheets. And I first bought a 4x8 to do these retaining walls. I didn't know that Evergreen would sell me, and Plastruct also would sell me 12 by 24 sheets. And I could have done it with 12 by 24 sheets. It was going to be ridiculous with 6 by 12 sheets. But instead I bought the 4x8, and I broke strips off the narrow end of it, the 4-foot end, and I built a lot of retaining walls, and I built a lot of other things out of it. And now, about, call it 12 or 15 years later, I still have about 3 square feet of that original sheet left. To deal with big sheets, you need a long enough ruler to mark, and to scribe you can use that specialized plastic scriber I have there, or you can do it with a knife, or you can just run a metal cutting razor saw blade down to make the groove. And then to break it, you can clamp it to 4 boards, 2 boards on each side of the joint, or you can use something like that hand seamer I have there. Most hardware stores would have a hand seamer. It's a sheet metal tool to break it off. What I'm trying to do scratch building for is not so much just the craftsmanship of building. Every building I've scratch built has had a place planned for it on my layout. The upper photo is Newburyport in 1934, looking across the bypass they built for Route 1 in that year. The railroad tracks are in the background. If you look close, you can see the crossbuck and the gate. And that's why I needed to model these buildings. They were right next to the tracks. And you can see that the models that my wife and I made are a little bit different, because some of it, like the extended chimney, were changes that were made after 1934, and I'm modeling the 50s. And most of it is compression. We didn't have room for all of those full-size buildings and every addition on every building. But I think I'm getting the look and the feel pretty well. You've chosen a building that you can't do from a kit, or you can't find something to kit bash to make it. Well, ideally there's a published drawing, and then you can just start by picking materials and measuring the windows and seeing what you can find in the commercial manufacturers' catalogs. In this case, I had a prototype that existed, but I couldn't really go onto the people's property and measure everything. I could take pictures, of course, but happily Newburyport had a tax card system that included both a picture and the drawing. The drawing is to the left of the chimney in that tax card photo. You can scale heights. If you know a width, you can scale a height from a good photo, particularly if it's a square-on photo. Or if it isn't a square-on photo, if you had to get too close, then you can count bricks, you can count clapboards, you can figure from door height, you can figure from common ceiling heights. That works more reliably on things built in the last 150 years. This house was, at least the first part of it, dates to about 1750, and 1750 ceiling heights were not the same as they are now. Since I got that tax card, here we see what you get from the current Newburyport system. Somebody said, oh, we'll do it all digitally, and there's no picture and the information isn't as useful and there's some details missing, but it still has the basic dimensions. This was the building that's shown by that tax card is in fact one where we could get a photo and we could calculate the vertical dimensions pretty well. So on the previous slide there were walls with windows cut, and some of the windows I'd chosen for the big windows. One of the things is that some casting manufacturers will publish the full dimensions of the part, including the size of the opening and the outline of the casing on the part, and in other cases buy one of each and measure them, or find somebody else who's done that and done everybody the courtesy of putting it up on the World Wide Web. Now back to designing. You're designing a building which is going to survive long enough to make it to your layout. If you have circumstances where you can glue the second floor in, or the first floor if it's a one-story building, it holds it square and it makes the building shell much stronger. Roofs are fairly easy to make removable because the joint at the roof line is hard to see except from very low angles, and depending on how the trim boards are done, may not be visible at all. One of the buildings I'll show later has the floors and interior walls as a single removable unit. There I did use bracing in the corners, and I notched the floors to match it. Coming to the tools, most of you have the must-have tools up there. The solvent cement is usually sold in the bottle, the brush, the file from a hardware store or a hobby place, the square likewise, the hobby knife, the scale rule. The smooth cutting surface you have to supply yourself, but anything you're going to glue with solvent cement on, you are going to have the solvent cement getting on the surface, and so you need a surface that's metal or glass that was not going to be touched by the solvent cement. Some of you probably also have the tools for more convenience. The self-healing mat is nice, though they don't resist solvent cement. The glass or metal surface for gluing, yes. Not sure how many of you are using a caliper or divider to make circles and to set parallel lines at exact distances, but they're useful. And a stainless steel caliper, if you know how to read a vernier, and of course the internet will tell you how to read a vernier too, but the stainless steel caliper you can get for under $10 on the big internet shopping sites. The capillary solvent cement applicator is different. That's probably only going to be available from hobby stores. It looks like a glass tube with a very fine hollow needle fused into one end of it. And what that does is it lets out a very small amount of cement, and you can put the cement right in the joint. And that's very useful for fine work. What will happen though is if you touch the capillary applicator to the plastic, a little styrene will get melted, and after a while you'll discover that the capillary applicator won't flow anymore. You can't get solvent into it, it won't come out of it. And so what you have to do then is just dip the point of it into a container of solvent for long enough that the styrene is melted out of the opening, and then it'll be usable again. We already went through the tools for the large structures except for the carpenter's plane. I have used a block plane to smooth and square the edges of strips that had come out a little rough. So laying out and cutting walls is kind of like building anything from raw materials. You need square corners where the plan calls for square corners, and you need to keep your lines that are supposed to be parallel. Pencil marks, they're cheap. You put them on, you can rub them off with your finger or an eraser. If you're using corner posts, remember to reduce the lengths of sides and ends. If you decide to overlap the sides over the ends, or the ends over the sides, you have to reduce the length of one of them as appropriate. You also have to have handy the strip that you're going to use to make the trim boards that cover up the fact that there's a unclabboard edge in the middle of that joint, for instance. And remember that the sides and the ends usually overhang the foundation, and that's a convenient way to locate the building on your layout and have it stay there, subject to minor bumps and bangs. And of course the building will be knocked away and roll over if somebody really gives it their elbow. But you do need to allow for how much it's sitting down on the foundation when you cut the height of the walls. And everybody, I think, who's done any modeling knows that undersize on something is hard to fix, so avoid it. Coming to how you choose what you're going to do, I suggest you start out with wood frame construction. It's that much easier because the place where you cut the opening in the wall is hidden, and any mess you make with the edges of that cut, they're hidden when you put the window casing over it or the door frame over it. Masonry is something, if you like wood, try masonry, but remember that you have to be much more careful with the fit of the windows. And it should be fairly clear that your first choice is always going to be to cut from the smooth side of your material. Now, you can cut all four edges through by going over and over with a hobby knife and then break the opening out. The scrap might be usable for another part. It tends to be slower though. Sometimes you'll want to drill through, either with a diameter that's almost the whole width of the opening, for instance, of a window, or maybe just the four corners, but you have to be very careful how you center it when you drill. I suggest, if you can't use the kind of push drill, those are good up to maybe 3/32 inch. If you can't do it with a push drill, I suggest you use some kind of drill press, either a Dremel or a bigger one, and you clamp the material to the surface between when you measure the location and when you actually touch the point to the material. Here's the building that I built for purposes of this presentation. I freelanced a office building for a railroad served coal and heating oil dealer in an urban area. So they were going to make it 2 stories so as not to waste land, and the bottom one would be customers and outdoor employees and the demonstration furnace room, and the top floor would be office employees and the president, and maybe a salesman will have an office up there too. I haven't decided. I've got my dimensions. I figured an 8-pitch roof, not too much overhang. Overhang cost money also. And I decided I was going to sheathe it in Insul brick. Clever Models has a texture. Some of you may not have heard that name for it. It looks like a brick shingle pattern in red, stamped on top of black asphalt, very heavy tar paper. And it would insulate some and keep the wind out of kind of roughly built structures. And most of it is gone by now, because everything I read about it said that once you got an Insul brick building lit, the Insul brick would catch fire, and that was it for the building. I'm going to make the roof tar paper roll roofing, and I'm going to do that with newsprint. Here's one of the first walls I made. The 17-foot wide strip is one of the luxuries of breaking things off a bigger sheet. I said I'm just going to use enough 17-foot width that I'll just cut a 4-foot strip and then make my parts out of it. So I measure the whole height to the peak, that's the line to the left, and then I measured the height to the eaves and drew the roof line, scribed it, broke it, and now I'm going to clean up that break with a file. Here I'm doing window openings and kind of practice a little bit before you do this way. New blade, heavy duty knife. I push the point of the blade through twice at each corner. Then I rock the blade back, although not into the area that isn't supposed to be cut. I rock it back and forth till I see what's on the right, where I've cut most of the way through, and I can just break out that piece and clean up the corners. However, that isn't something you want to do close to an edge. I did that, and I broke the outside, the lower right hand corner out of the door on the first end wall I made. And so now I've drilled out the bottom corners, and I'm making the cut by way of repeated passes with a regular sized hobby knife, not trying to push all the way through. And that did not break the side and bottom. Here I've started the first joint, assembling the walls. I've got a glass surface that's flat, I've got a square, and I've got a piece of railroad rail on the other side. And so it's well supported, and I put the cement on the joint. The end wall is sitting on the side because that was how I decided to do this building. Now, in terms of bracing, My experience has been that 40 thousandths styrene holds its dimensions pretty well, particularly if there's end joints. 6 to 8 inches will be okay. If I had a 12-inch span, I would probably have to plan on inside bracing. And here I'm going to glue the second floor in, so I'm not adding interior corner posts. And I'm not dealing with putty yet. In general, everything that I've done on this is okay, and the fact that I'm going to cover it up with Insulbrick means that I'm not actually working on any exposed surfaces on the exterior at this point. The interior does have surfaces that will probably be exposed, but I haven't chosen what I'm going to do about the window openings and any gaps that'll be visible from the inside. Now I've installed the second floor's bracing. Also, in terms of layout, you can see my line around the bottom edge, which is where the floor is going to come to. And then above the floor, I've done where the stairway is going to go, just to confirm that I wasn't going to put stair treads over the window openings. The tread is going to be below the closer window and above the farther. And that's how I'm gonna model the shop room of this office and repair building. I'll make the stairway later. When I made the roof, I needed a joint at the peak, and because that joint is going to wind up hidden, I wasn't terribly careful about the exact bevel that I wanted on it. I used a file laid across my knees and moved the roof sheet back and forth till I had enough of a bevel. And I'm going to expose the edges of this roof, but because the roof is still a separate part, I can file that taper. And really, if I'm going to put a trim board there, or if I'm going to put an edge rafter there, which they often have, and I'm going to put a gutter on the lower edge, then I don't need to file that or sand that taper. Or I made the joint with model airplane cement and made sure that it wasn't cemented to the roof peaks as it dried. And here's the building as far as I got it for this presentation. I have the elastics to make sure that nothing pops open while the glue dries. And then there's going to be some cleanup of the corners. And then I will be able to build the interior walls. And after that comes the paper for the Insulbrick. And then the windows and doors go in to holes cut in the paper. Anyway, that's as far as I took this structure. Now we're going to have a look at a few other structures I built in the past, because there are things you can learn from them. This is a fairly simple project. It actually has 3 roof pieces and 5 exterior walls rather than 4, so it could be simpler. And it has 3 doors and 4 windows. I measured it. It stood in Ipswich. Now it's been gone at least 10 or 15 years. You can see that the roof was going to hell when I measured it, and I drew it. But if you want this particular building, you can get an HO or N-scale kit from Ipswich Models. The owner of Ipswich Models used my drawing as this, with my permission. Anyway, here's my drawing, which shows what you can do in Extract CAD if you sit down and are patient. I think if you were actually using an architectural program, then you would probably get more productivity out of it, but then I'd have to know 2 different programs. Here's how I built it. It's been partly painted what I could do without masking at this time. I used 20 thousandths sheet for the roof so that the edges would look good, and because it was smaller, it didn't really matter. I did install the rafter tails up under the eaves, and I did install the edge rafter and the supporting rafters coming out. Or maybe they're stringers, I'm not sure what a carpenter would call them. This building is using a Campbell window in the attic, and it's using a microengineering window in the main floor, and the doors I scratch built. You can see how I have inside corner posts and how I've done the outside corners with thin strip, probably 10 thousandths, to cover up the fact that one part doesn't have clapboard. And the thin strip sits down pretty well over the clapboard if applied with solvent cement. I have not been bothered by that. And the only other thing I'd note is that see how I have a block in the inside, in the right hand photo near the top, I have a block holding that little piece of backside wall where it's above the shed addition roof, giving it a firm place to be glued so that it wouldn't flex out or fail. Here's a more complicated building. This building was, the history is available in Newburyport, it's known. It was demolished, though, because it was not a rich man's house. One of the characteristics of this, I modeled it because of its size, because it fit into a space that I had on my model railroad. But before I really looked at it closely, I didn't realize that it had 11 different windows. And some of those I was able to do with commercial products, and a bunch of them I had to scratch build. But since it had been demolished between when I took that left photo and when I sat down to build it, I had to rely on the fact that Google had a street view photo and hadn't updated it for 5 years. It wasn't a very busy street, there wasn't a lot of activity, so luckily I got what it looked like just before it went. And because it had been demolished, there was no tax card to rely on, and I didn't have I couldn't have permission from the owner to go measure it because it was gone. So I had to estimate everything. Here's building a simple scratch built window. It was going to be a single 9-pane sash, so I modeled it partly open and a removable screen in the part that's open. And so I built the casing. You can see how the joints work, and you can see the sill. In the leftmost picture it's not installed, in the next picture it is. Then you see me using 10,000 by 20,000th for the mullions, and that looks reasonable in HO scale, but it's the kind of thing that if someone is being very judgmental of it, the mullions are twice as wide as they should be. They're actually about the right height. To do mullions really right, you should have 10,000ths by 10,000th. And I've tried mashing the joints while they were wet with solvent to get them to flatten out. But that is something, you do it on a glass surface, and once you're all done, you go away and come back later hoping that it's all dried and everything's where you want. Here I made that window screen, and again it's more 10,000ths by 20,000ths strip, and I used the tool wedding veil material, and my tool was nylon, and so when I wetted it all with MEK, the nylon didn't dissolve itself. It sank into the styrene a little bit and bonded pretty well. And then I trimmed everything, and I got of course the mesh is way oversized, but there's nothing that can be done about that in HO. Here is the 5-strong street house, the 3 major subassemblies. The interior is removable, the roof is removable, and there's the body of the house with, again, reinforcing pieces of, I think that's probably 1/10 of an inch by 1/10 of an inch in each of the each of the corners, each of the inside corners, which winds up being 5 pieces. Now there was this arch roof on the addition. It was very low. Clearly somebody had done something flat and then noticed that it didn't drain, so they went and raised it up so that it would shed water better. And so first I used fairly heavy stock to make supports and sanded it and filed it until I had something that looked pretty good. Then I took a piece of, it looks like 40 thousandths, and used model airplane cement and started gluing it. And first I glued the curved surface against the sloping roof, and then I used my hand seamer to clamp the lower edge to form the arch, the low arch or kind of domed shape. In the left photo I've got that all stuck together, but observe that not only did I cut out the chimney hole, I also drilled 6 or 7 other holes to make sure it would ventilate reasonably well so that it wouldn't warp later. And on the right we have the finished picture. You can see I modeled the hatch in the roof, I modeled the corbels on the chimney. The brick sheet I used is a little bit oversized. You can see the window screen in the window that's above the kind of low shed that the outside door goes in. You can see I put a styrene and wire weatherhead and electric meter on it. The first time I took it before the judges, they didn't like it much, and one person noted that they weren't sure which windows were styrene and which windows were scratch built rather. And to me, looking at it, I can see mine versus the commercial ones. I suppose if somebody hasn't worked with the commercial ones that much, they don't necessarily know. I'm going to take it back with a better contest entry form and some more improvements and see if I can get merit with this one. This house was visible in the photos that started out the actual Why Am I Scratch Building section. And there's that tax card again. So this is old enough that it was built with a cooking fireplace, which meant probably there were heating fireplaces. Usually a chimney of that size would have at least 5 or 6 flues in it. 2 downstairs, 2 for upstairs, and 1 for a baking oven. And that's why they were that big. But it looks like that chimney was extended, and then somebody decided that the brick was deteriorating and they were going to cover it with cement or mortar. And the little chimney that was down at the far end of the L is missing. So in this case, I used that second floor to hold the structure strong for another reason. I didn't have good photos of that shed addition, the first floor shed addition that I think now houses the new kitchen, or the post 1820 kitchen. I didn't have a good idea of how that all worked, and so I started building. I built the walls I could see and held them in place with the floor I knew was there, then said, how do I have to make these parts to have a realistic looking shed addition in the back? In the left photo, there's only a window at the top. In the right photo, there are a couple more windows. Clearly, I set that down on my working surface and cut through from the back to make those window openings. The front door was a separate subassembly. I left a big opening and fabricated it out of place. You can see that I used a bunch of different pieces. I count 17, I think, to make it. Some were filed to shape, some were... Just about everything you see there is a stock piece from Evergreen, except that I scribed the joints between the boards in the main part of the door. I'm using thin pieces of strip to look like hinges and look like the reinforcing rods that reinforce the door. There's two pieces of trickery in the right-hand picture. The shingles there, Evergreen doesn't make shingles of this size, not like the wooden shingles that you see on a lot of northeastern buildings. And so what I do is I cut the gaps between the shingles into larger dimension clapboard. Normally you wouldn't use 60 thousandths clapboard spacing in HO scale because that's 5 inches. And there's probably prototypes for 5-inch clapboards, particularly now that people are making them out of plastic or aluminum. But this was wood, and it would have been wood in that day. So I take the large clapboard and I make little notches with my modeling knife and sand it to smooth off any lumps that come up, and I've got my shingles. Now I've got a 2-door window there, and the way I made the 2-door window is, in fact, I scribed the diagonal lines in clear styrene, in the surface of clear styrene, and then I rubbed black paint on it, and as the black paint was starting to dry, I wiped it off, and I got that. I don't think it came out right the first time, so be patient. Now the chimney. This is, more things you can do with styrene. I see 3 building permits in that left photo, except they probably didn't do building permits back when a lot of that work was done, not for chimney work anyway. But there's the original chimney. Then they extended it, probably to get better draft. I'm thinking probably when they put a coal furnace in the house, because those original coal furnaces didn't have much in the way of blowers. Sometimes they were even just totally convection, and so a taller chimney would get you better draft for your coal furnace. At any rate, I modeled that by baking a box from styrene, the basic shape with the angle to fit the roof, and then I added strip to it where I wanted it to be bigger, and then I used Squadron Green putty, which as you can see is very green, to smooth it off. And then I used a texture paint. What I had was Desert Bisque from Rust-Oleum. I have no idea if that's still available, to make the surface rougher. And I did the finish colors after installation. So this is my presentation. This is a shot of the whole scene. I am so happy that my wife, who'd been an architect before we got married, was interested in American structures, and when I showed her how to work in styrene, she built 12 of those structures in the course of a year. She really took it seriously, and she really did a nice job. And I'm very happy that I'm going to have such a recognizable Newburyport on my layout. Thank you all for listening. There will be, I believe there's going to be a Q&A period shortly.
Very informative clinic, very interesting. If you will, we have a few questions. They want to know what's a less toxic replacement for MEK?
Well, there is Plastruct's Bondine cement, which is made with mostly, I think, oil from lemon peel. And the only thing that you have to change in your technique is it's slower to bond, longer to evaporate.
Okay. What is the biggest piece of styrene sheet you can get?
I don't know how big I can get. The biggest I've actually gotten was 4 feet by 8 feet in 40 thousandths.
Is
And
that
I've
from like
used up all but about 3 square feet of it.
Yeah, I think if you look online, because we get it here too, I think it's American Plastic. There's a nationwide dealer of it that
Yeah,
you can order.
well, almost anywhere you are, there's somebody who is in the yellow pages or the modern equivalent of, a plastic distributor, and you call them up and say, "Do you have styrene in thus and such thickness?" And usually they're not at all interested in selling you 2 square feet.
Yeah, we also, some guys around here get it from sign makers because they use it and they might have scraps laying around. Um, the Micromark, they have that tool, to punch the square corners. I think you put it in a drill press. Have you ever used it on styrene?
I don't own one of them. I've always made my windows the hard way. It's some now knowing that Micromark has one in that size and I don't need to buy a whole set of corner chisels for my drill press. Maybe I'll get one. It'll make my wife's and my time more efficient.
Okay. And what thickness of styrene do you usually use?
The most common one, and the one I'm working with almost everywhere in this clinic, is 40 thousandths. To me, it's a sweet spot between stiffness and ease of cutting. And it's also not too heavy, but it's thick enough that you can get reasonably strong joints. I use 60 thousandths sometimes. I've used some things I've made out of 10,000, 100 thousandths thickness. And one of the things shown here, I did the roof in 20 thousandths so that the visible edge of the roof would look more like boards than 40 thousandths ever will.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any other closing hints you want to give us before we wrap this one up?
Mostly that uh, I've been able to achieve a lot of goals. I like the idea that the buildings are durable. And while I have worked in wood and done some work in resin, styrene remains my go-to material for this kind of thing. And the only thing that I can really think of as an argument against styrene is if you want to make it look like weathered, unpainted wood, you have your work cut out for you.
Right.
It can be done, but it isn't like just brushing on the driftwood.
Right. Well, again, thanks, James. Excellent presentation. Thank you for taking the time and talking with us tonight.
Thank you for hosting and all the volunteers for supporting the NMRAX.
My pleasure. It's a privilege. Okay, I believe next up we're going to have another tip and technique by Mike Pizak, cutting styrene accurately. Thanks, Mike, for that tip on cutting styrene accurately. Before we go to our last layout visit, I want to remind you this year the NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints, Interaction Hobbies, and Micromark. Micromark is offering a 20% discount during the NERx virtual convention. Just enter the promotion code WAYBILLS23 when placing your online order during the event. That's Waybills, WAYBILLS 23. Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies are both holding drawings for two $50 gift vouchers. That is 4 vouchers in total. Look for the links in the Facebook or YouTube chats to enter the drawing. The drawing will be held at 8:45 tomorrow night, Thursday. Watch and see if you win. Our last layout visit for the night is that of the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway by Lou McIntyre. It is September in the late 1950s, and Lou McIntyre's Hampton and St. Martin's Railway is managing to eke out a marginal existence transporting lumber, farm produce, and manganese ore. This HO version is based significantly on the prototype, a small branch line that ran from the CN main line at Hampton, New Brunswick, to St. Martin's on the Bay of Fundy. In the real world, the railway was abandoned in 1940, but the model borrows literally from the places and daily life along the line. The focus of this layout is scenery, structures, and rural branch line operations. A mix of steam and first-generation diesels places it in the proper time frame. Let's roll the video.
Hi, I'm Lou McIntyre, and welcome to my HO scale Hampton and St. Martin's Railway. The railway is based on a 28-mile prototype that did exist in southern New Brunswick from 1880 until 1940. It was funded largely through government guaranteed loans and the investment of people who lived along the right-of-way. But unfortunately, there was just not enough population to allow the railway to ever become profitable, and it went through bankruptcy a number of times between 1880 and the time that Canadian National Railways took it over in 1918 when CN was formed. The last train ran in 1940, but in my reality, the line was a lot busier than the prototype, and it has existed into the late 1950s, into the steam diesel transition era. So let's take a look at the layout itself. Let's start here in Hampton, and on the left you can see the Kings County Courthouse, and about center right now is the old post office. Is now a lawyer's office, and some of the other buildings will look probably very familiar. They're from some of our craftsman kit manufacturers, such as Bar Mills and JL Innovative, and further on down I have gotten into some scratch building of buildings because I couldn't find anything similar to them in a prototype. And then, of course, the most important place in town is the railway station, which served both the CN main line and our little branch line that we're going to take the trip over. Now, along the entire line, I've tried to create architecture that's very similar to the types of buildings and such that you would see in the northeast of North America. Leaving the station, what we're going to do today is we're going to follow a way freight that's going from Hampton all the way to St. Martin's. And that's it here on the back track, and it's pretty well ready to depart. And here we go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to follow this in pieces here. It disappears out of sight for a short while here, so we're going to stop our recording right at this point, and we'll pick it up when here we are at Robertson Trestle, and it's a two sections, a small brook that comes out and dumps into the Robertson Brook, and that is picked up and follows the flow of the main stream across this trestle that we have, somewhere about 120 feet long, I believe. And we end up coming into the settlement of Robertson itself. Now there's a number of interesting things that go on here. There is a siding where potatoes, several of the sheds along the line. We'll have a farm and a log loading facility, which is a bit of an unusual thing. Workplace health and safety wouldn't think much of the way in which they load the logs, but it is what it is. The potato warehouses at Robertson Siding are something that comes out of my family history. My grandfather did grow potatoes at Loch Lomond, and if he ever had a need to use the railway, the St. Martin's Railway would have actually been quite handy to where his farm was located. Here we come into Barnesville. Now Barnesville is a recreation of pieces of memories that I have from childhood. Certainly the railroad was long gone, but the family that lived in the area, they had a grocery store and a general store, I guess, and then they also had a sawmill, both of which you can see here. The yard that I've created is certainly more than ever existed in reality, but it is a very interesting place to spend a little bit of time switching during an operating session. And we have a switcher on site here, and they look after the potato warehouses, the log loading, plus they also look after heading down the line to the next little community called Upham. So here in Upham, we have the feed mill and the sawmill, and a fairly busy little community with its own post office and fire hall. And even on the prototype, the most notable thing is the two churches that sit side by side. And I remember one minister that had described his job as being hatch 'em, match 'em, and dispatch 'em. In this particular case, we've got the match 'em at the Catholic Church where a wedding is going on, and we've got a dispatch 'em here with a poor old gentleman having taken his last breath, is now being laid to rest. I also pay a bit of homage to some of the guys that I model with. In this particular case, this is the G.R. Henry feed mill at Upham, and G.R. Henry actually was the father of one of my friends, and he had a feed mill in PEI. And next to the cemetery is the one crossing of the Hammond River, and we see the engine crossing the double bridge. As well, in the background you can see a walk bridge that existed. We have some scouts on it, of course, and here we come to the branch line, the branch of the branch line that goes to the manganese mines. Now this train is going to disappear out of sight into this tunnel and begin to climb a 4-turn helix that we have, and while it's doing its thing on the helix, what I'm going to do is take you on a bit of a tour of the manganese mine. Here we are at the Glebe mine, which is one of 2 manganese mines that did actually exist in reality, although in fact they never were large enough to ever warrant having any railway operations. My reality is my reality, as they say, so I have railway serving both of the mines, and also heading to a concentrator where the ore from the mine is refined for shipping out to world markets via the port of St. John. Okay, here we have something that I'm sure our friends at Workplace Health and Safety wouldn't be too happy to see. A couple of guys on these very, very tiny little cars unloading some tailings from the mine process. And now what we do is we will carry on over to the other of the 2 mines. This is the second mine here. It's the Markhamville Mining and Manufacturing. I call it 3M, although I think that name's already been taken. And they have an engine house here. The engine's actually not at home right now. It's over in Barnesville doing its switching duties. And here we see the freight that we've been following coming out of the top of the tunnel on the helix and arriving at Patterson Siding. And it will carry on through to Henry Lake. As a very quick aside, this pickle car doesn't contain exactly what you might think. As you can see from the action in the background with the still, the folks there have a product that they actually load into one of these bins on this car, and they are using some of the local products, either Apple Ambrosia or Maple Magic, and the stuff is not to be forgotten easily. Here our train carries on past Henry Lake Produce, and as you can see there's quite an apple orchard, and we have woodcutters, we have even beekeepers down here just a bit further. The Devine's Corner Grocery is named actually after another one of my modeling friends, and it is in fact the name of a location not far from the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway, Devine's Corner. So that worked out very, very well. Here it is, opening day at the Henry Lake Ballpark, and the Henry Lake Hounds are defeating the Barnesville Red Barons by a score of 16-15. There's been a number of home runs, including a knockout. One of the home runs sailed over the fence and landed on the head of one of the Boy Scouts down here in the gully. Anyhow, he's home recovering. Hopefully he'll be fine eventually. As the freight approaches the big trestle that carries it across what is known as the gully. The gully is a very, very close imitation of the real thing that existed at one time, the biggest structure on the railway. It was about 300 feet across and about 100 feet. You can see it's substantial. Makes the train look relatively small. The next stop here is Porter Road, and the site of a log sawing and creosoting operation, and a cattle yard where we load some of our beef to be processed in St. Martin's. Well, here we are arriving at our final destination, St. Martin's on track 1. The freight typically, when we're having an operating session, will come in at the end of the day onto track 1 and leave the cars for the local switcher here to handle in the morning. And we're passing some of the facilities that were used by the steam locomotives. We have the sand tower, we have water tank, and of course a coaling station. In St. Martin's we also have a number of industries that look after local needs, like the coaling facilities, and those poor cows that we saw at Porter Road. They are looked after here at the Miller Brothers meatpacking plant. One thing neat in St. Martin's, of course, is the caves that a lot of tourists come to see. Now, I have not modeled them on this layout, but I have what you see here is a Bar Mills kit, and I've named it the Cave View Motel. And it suggests that the caves themselves are not far away. They're just a little bit off scene here on our layout. We also have some historical buildings that I have the prototypes up on the edge of the ceiling here, and you can see the buildings that they did exist back in the day at St. Martin's. And of course we have the models to represent the same buildings on the layout. So the freight has come to an end. It's ready to drop its load of freight cars, and we notice that there's a number of passengers waiting at the train station for the arrival of the passenger train. Today it may well be a doodlebug, and a little bit further along here you see the gazebo and other parts of town. Here's an interesting sawmill right on the wharf. The sawmill was renamed after discovering a mouse that had taken up residence inside. It's now known as R.O. Dent Lumber. I invite you to join us here in St. John for Fundy Railfest 2023 in May of this year. You'll get to experience several other model railroad layouts, clinics, seminars, industry and prototype tours, and social events, and even a public show. That's May 26th to 28th, and it's www.fundyrailfest2023.ca, or you could Google it. Just look for Fundy Railfest 2023. See you there. In 1940, and we'll cut that.
Wow. I'd like to thank Lou McIntyre for submitting that video of his impressive Hampton and St. Martin's Railway. Now I'd like to thank all of the clinicians, panelists, tips and technique contributors, and layout owners who contributed to tonight's session, and to all of you who watched this evening on Facebook and YouTube. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. for the fourth and final session of this week's NERx. In closing, I would like to thank the NERx team who put this all together. Chris Scafaro, Chuck Diljak, MMR, John Doring, Dave Durr, Heath Hurwitz, Dave Inslee, Mark Moritz, Ed O'Rourke, MMR, Ed Olszewski, James Van Bachlen, Peter Watson, MMR, Greg Williams, Brad Anderson, and Gert Speed Muller. Thank you all and a good night.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Night.